Right, clear to land.
Clear to land, 12 right, Minneapolis.
Delta 2963 heading 120, contact departure.
Partial C, Delta 2963. Route 25.
Before my 17 line up the lane. 2594, turn left heading 120, on I 17, clear for takeoff. 2594, turn left heading 120, on I 17, clear for takeoff.
Ground push through. Push through, 66. Ground Sunny 5, push complete, ready for repo. Sunny 5, reposition via Delta here. Via Delta, Sunny 5. Someone else go. Ticket 334, monitor tower 123.67. Have a good day. Monitor tower today, so exit 334. Super Tug 6, taxi south maintenance base via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, Doug 6, monitor tower 126.7. 126.7. Delta 2658, Minneapolis ground, wait for the tow to pass. Push approved, runway 12 left.
After the tow passes, push through 12 left Delta 2658. For takeoff.
2658, if able, if you could have them push you into the alley to not block Delta.
Alright, we'll have a push to the alley Delta 2658. 467, twin left counter ground point niner.
Turn left ground, 467.
Super Tug 6, Minneapolis South, Charlie cross on 12 right, continue Charlie, control point 11.
Turn across 12 right, monitor point 9. American 2381, visual 12 right.
Right, 2381, Minneapolis South, wind 160.12, gust 23, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Clear line 10, American 18381. Tower helicopter,
Trooper 8, you're cleared out of class level airspace to the northwest as requested, Minneapolis Emergency 976, and I do request level airspace for the service to exchange approved.
Be sure to wave at the spotters parked off the left there. They're doing a nice live stream right now. Alright, Lucas, a good wave. Flying from my handy. Quick, take it.
Welcome to the Twin Cities of Minneapolis and St. Paul, Minnesota for live plane spotting at MSP Airport Live. We are coming to you today from a bustling hub for Sun Country and Delta, and we have some amazing weather to partake in the spotting festivities here this afternoon as we begin our broadcast from the aircraft viewing area under some gorgeous conditions and also quite breezy ones as well. And we're going to have some interesting landings today. It'll be nonstop action. We'll have cargo heavies coming up in the later afternoon and evening. We also have KLM 250 Heavy that'll be outbound to Amsterdam with the 777-200 ER. An equipment assignment today that we were not expecting, and it'll certainly be one of the big highlights for today. We'll have a slew of Delta Heavies, A330s, A350s, 757 action. It's all coming right at you from MSP Airport. And welcome in, everybody. My name is Alex, executive producer of MSP Airport Live. Happy to be joined by co-host RJ Bean. RJ, so great to see you today, and also so great to have you help out. It's a wonderful day.
Yep. Well, with the weather being what it is today, you got to get out and do something. It's too nice to stay inside.
Absolutely, and you know, with the weather the way that it is, the breeze is just refreshing. I mean, it is a crisp, stiff breeze, and it's also going to provide some pretty interesting views at landings today as well.
American Airbus pushing as well.
Okay, well, Western Center.
And hello, everybody. Welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex. It's RJ. We're going to have a great day of plane spotting ahead. We're going to have a ton of Delta Heavies, A330s, A350s. We also have to check on UPS tonight to see if they are going to send us a 747. We're hoping they do. They'll send us something on 2568 for Louisville around 5 p.m., but hoping we get the Queen of the Skies today.
Oh, yeah. We got to fill the parking space back behind us because there's the only UPS or FedEx airplane that's sitting back there is our sad MD-11.
Yes.
It's always sad to see her parked back there. And yeah, everybody's going to hear the wind in our mics a little bit again.
Well, you know, it's just part of the rodeo today, I guess, that we have to ride. I want to give a big hello to everybody in our live chat. AJ Ryder, Maddie Urick, Northern Grace, Wally Borum, Rosie B318, Gordon Wald, Marcus Ice.
Delta short of Papa for 12 left, Delta 2658.
And Chad Cousineau as well. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Great to have you on board today. Captain Mickey Mouse 1, greetings, happy Wednesday. Mike 7896, good afternoon to you as well.
14, just 22, and I went to right clear to land, and what is the date today?
Also, J-Ro Rita Rodriguez. Great to see you today, J-Ro. Uncle Phil, for awesome mods, says hump day it is. All right, done with PT and home care. Awesome, Phil. Able to get that out of the way. I'm excited. We're for a pretty interesting day. Lee Harris, so great to see you today. It's good sunny, windy afternoon. Alex, crew chat.
Gang is all here.
Tony DeCurtins. So great to have you on board today. Neil, 1652. Great to have you on as always. Trevor says, good afternoon, everyone. Very warm day it is outside.
The 2287, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17. Push now for runway 17.
And you could probably see it to the left of your screen, but we're going to go ahead and give you a closer look today. It's windy. It's quite windy. We had gusts up to, I want to say, around 30 knots earlier when we were setting up. So it's going to be another ferociously windy day up here in the Twin Cities. Seems that we've had one too many extremely gusty and windy days up here at MSP. Should make for some entertaining landings, however. On the 12s, we'll have those landings right in front of us. Monday was pretty interesting. Got a little taste of what today we think is going to be like, more than likely, given the winds. Although the winds today, they're more down the pipe for the 12s. There's more of a crosswind component on Monday.
Sun Country 395, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Captain Mickey Mouse has confirmed that UPS has snubbed us of the Queen again, so we're going to get a 767 tonight, but that's okay. I think the big attraction that's in town, and you know, we were going to go live regardless of whatever happens. So we'll have the opportunity to catch KLM 250 Heavy with the 777-200ER.
So Alex, Delta 9 is on very short final.
Oh, yes, they are. That's actually going to be our first highlight of the day. So Delta Niner, a daily flight coming in from London Heathrow. So it's usually operated with the A330-900.
I watched this flight come in over me when I was out hiking again yesterday. Of course, yesterday at the time, the 30s were active for arrivals.
If you had wings, so great to see you today. Thanks, by the way, for the $100 super chat from the last show. Very much appreciate that. That actually helped with our rental car situation for LA. We'll talk more about that trip coming up in just a little bit.
Finish 44 minutes at Mike Cross on our first activity. Envoy 3428 minutes, clear, wind 16 at 18, that's 27, runway 12 right, clear to land. Cautionary service first arrival, heavy aircraft.
All right, RJ, it's time for our very first instant replay of the day. Touching down from London, Delta Niner Heavy.
Typical A330 butter landing.
Delta for 23. Well, they just changed it right now, so it's Equatorial.
I was curious about that too. And then the turn on to cut back is approved if you need it. American 2381, just monitor ground point 8.
Jeff and Mass One, one of our awesome members, saying hello from Boston. Great to see you today, Jeff and Mass One. Boy, it's quite the windy day here from MSP. We've
The 171 heavy.
already experienced some wind gusts that have just touched into the 30s. We're talking about
2287, runway 17.
knots, not miles an hour. So 30 knot gusts were observed, I think, at certain points earlier from what I heard on frequencies with some wind checks.
Delta 9 heavy, Minneapolis ground, roger. Gulf 6 appears to be occupied. Stand by. Delta 9 heavy, just taxi via Alpha, short of Alpha 3.
Oh, just in time to track my friend and her husband to start making their way back home to Tampa, Alex, because when I opened up my flight radar, I was checking in on their schedule, and then I just moved it back, and it's just like, oh, their transponder is on, and they've pushed for their the first of their 2 flights to get back home. Time flies when you're having fun. I got to thinking, when are they heading back home? And I have their flight info because, you know, we just have fun tracking each other when we fly. So she sent me theirs, and I checked in on it last night because I couldn't remember when they were leaving, and I looked and it's like, whoa, that's tomorrow. So.
Indeed it is. Robbie Bautista, so great to see you today. Robbie says, hello, everyone. Alex, happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday to you as well, Robbie. Dan ZV9SH says, great channel, guys. Great job. Well, hey, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for tuning in. So great to have you on board on this Wednesday. Stick around. We're going to have the front row seat to KLM's 777 departing the Twin Cities. It's not an aircraft that makes a common cameo here in the Twin Cities, but today, Dreamliner has been substituted for the Boeing 777.
408, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, at Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
RJ, it makes me so excited for when we get the Air France 777 starting on June 1st of this year. So Air France officially starts their seasonal route to MSP on May the 4th.
I like
So
that.
that is one whole day before we leave for Los Angeles to do some live spotting out there from the 6th to the 8th.
It's Star Wars Day.
Delta Sunny 19 Minneapolis, Mike South 21 first, taxi to Whiskey.
Mike South, 1 straight to plane.
Delta 27 Minneapolis, Charlie Cross 21 first, taxi Whiskey, South 24. Envoy 3428, if you have out the 7, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'm going to have you do a right turn off at Whiskey 5.
So I think that might be Delta 171 heavy because I did get wind that they're going to be quite late today. And boy, this wind is just absolutely tenacious. So that is indeed Delta 171 heavy. That'll get a priority flight alert for us. All A350s get the priority tag. I have to zoom out here just because this wind has just been battering the camera, making everything a little bit shaky.
Yep.
We have a lot of sandbags and a lot of weight on everything, so nothing's going to blow away. We're not going to have anything take a tumble.
No, just Olaf. He might have to ride this one out again undercover in my car. Certainly don't
Olaf
want.
is our unofficial MSP Airport Live mascot. We'll show Olaf in just a bit.
Yeah, you know what? He's working on becoming a snowy owl flight instructor.
Oh, brother.
Well, hey, since the introduction of Olaf, we got to keep him included in everything, and he's wanting to pursue, his flying, his, seniority and qualifications and all that good stuff. Just like Captain Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been a little while since we've had Captain Paul on the program. Boy, that gust had to be pretty close to 30 knots, maybe in the upper 20s, and that I'm pretty sure that gust right there, I'm pretty sure that went about maybe 30 knots. Boy, it's wild and windy today. Hope you're ready to have as much fun as we are because the action's going to be nonstop, along with the windy conditions as well.
895 Mike, Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4.
4913, runway 17, line up and wait.
5 Mike, just runway 17. Delta 171 heavy, give way to the American Embraer on the other side. They'll be crossing, then you can continue taxiing via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Oh, give way to the Embraer and Alpha cross runway 4, Delta 171 heavy.
Pass behind the heavy, and they're going to slow up there at that intersection. Down to Alpha 5, contact Alpha 9. Delta 2805, Minneapolis, Charlie, cross runway 1 right, taxi to Whiskey, and cross runway 4. Cross runway right, and Charlie. And then Whiskey, and cross runway 4, Delta. Envoy 3428, Minneapolis, Delta, cross runway 1 first, the heavy gives way to you, continue Delta number 3, and monitor zone point 9 on the other side.
Delta 1
So there's Delta 171 heavy. Also got American Airlines crossing the south parallel in addition. See where this A319 is headed today. Sorry guys, my tripod's being a little bit funny.
Minneapolis ground, push through.
Push approved, number 3 heavy.
75022, turn right today, 215, contact departure.
5-minute delay, I'll work on getting you moving shortly.
All right. Olaf made the decision to take cover.
Number 5, Mike.
He doesn't.
American 408 headed off to Phoenix.
Be safe than sorry.
Yeah, I think it was a good idea to put him back because Stuff is starting to get jostled around out here. If it's not secured, though. All right, let's see who's tagging along behind our American departure to Phoenix. It looks like Delta 2805 going to Baltimore, Washington to the A321-200.
Number 3 Heavy, ready for self. Super Tug 3 Minneapolis, ground taxi to Fox 14 via Alpha. Alpha to Fox 14, Super 3 Heavy. 6, turn left heading 140, runway 17. Clear for takeoff. The tug departs.
Jeff in Mass 1 says, Alex, it's good that you are not near an ocean with the salts. That would not be good for the equipment with lots of wind. Yes. Especially in the state of Hawaii.
For 5385, monitor ground point 8. 15 turn right heading 215, departure.
Same goes for when you're living down where I was for many years. So yeah, you kind of deal with the salt and everything that they put on the roads up here in the winter. As far as your car is concerned. But you're going to deal with the same scenario down in Florida as well. Because being close to the water.
G-Man 5051, so great to see you today. Yes, no matter the wind, Alex does not give up a step on his ladder. You're absolutely correct. There's also a sandbag on it too, so it's not going anywhere. It is planted. It is planted to the concrete. All right, RJ, here's Delta 171 that is stranded stuff to the south parallel. So it's another late departure for Delta 171.
Delta 171 heavy, Minneapolis, runway 12 right, line of flight, it'll be short delay following traffic off the parallel. Well, I'd like to 12 right, Delta 171 heavy. American 408, fly runway heading, winds 17016, gust 26, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 2805 tower, runway 17, line up and way. Delta 2287, turn right heading 215, contact departure.
Hey Brian, good to see you today. It's Brian Live says, good afternoon, Alex and RJ. Delta 2983 DCA to MSP. All right.
Runway 12 right, to the line.
All right, Delta 171 is lining up with 12 right, headed out of here for Seoul.
Delta 2805, turn left, heading 130, 130, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Turn 130, clear for takeoff, runway 17, go. Great, now 5, Mike, good start, touch for turbulence, supporting bus, runway 17, line up and way. 408, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
KLM 250 Heavy has also pushed back with the 777 from Concourse G. So we'll get another heavy departure here in short order.
Turn off the departure in. Runway 12 right, clear for takeoff. Runway heading clear for takeoff, 12 right, Delta 171 heavy.
All right, everybody, here they go. Delta 171 Heavy now departing to Seoul.
Great,
Mike, winds 170, 1 Navigator 27, fly, runway, heading number 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2805, 130, ahead, contact departure, have a good day. 130 heading over, departure, Delta 2805, good day.
KLM 250 Heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha cross runway 4 for the 1 to right. Contact departure, have a good day. 105 over departure, Delta 171, have a good day.
All for now. Country 407, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved for 17, Secretary 407. Number 895, Mike, turn right, heading 215, contact departure, good day.
All right, everybody, here is our 777. Now on the move for AMS.
KLM 250 Heavy, monitor tower 1.
Alpha 2825, Paramount, Alpha 4, kind of ground point 9. Alpha 4.9, Alpha 20.
And Charlie at Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
Alright, Alpha Charlie,
He's going to go backside, so yeah, you'll just follow them once they join out.
So Alex, some of the KLM airplanes have the KLM Asia.
2825, Minneapolis
Some don't.
ground, taxi
Any
via
reason why that you know of?
I used to know the reason offhand, but I don't. We're going to step back and just watch and listen to KLM here for a minute.
All right.
Delta 1036, just to confirm, you'll follow the Airbus Alpha, and at Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
That will follow Airbus Alpha Charlie, hold short, 1 to right.
Keep
KLM 250 Heavy, Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon, runway 12 right, line of way, you're following traffic on the parallel. Line of way 1 to right, yeah, we're still waiting for the cabin. Any problem? Nope, I got nearest traffic's about a 15-mile right pace. Line of way 1 to right, KLM 250. KLM 250 Heavy, you just let me know when you're ready to go. We're about to, that's it.
Sun Country 407, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Whoa!
Hang on.
Yeah, we are gusting around 30 knots right now. It's getting a little windy.
Delta 1036, and then the route continue via Alpha, cross runway 4 at Alpha 8, hold short runway 12 right.
Descended via Alpha Cross 4, short of 1.
Delta 1036, thanks. Monitor tower 126.7. Have a good day. Delta 29.
All right, RJ, let's cut our mics here. We're gonna hear some GE90 music here in just a second.
Absolutely.
All right, and go ahead and drop them.
Good afternoon, Plan 572 is visual on terrain. Circuit 572, Minneapolis Tower, winds 170 at 19, gust 27, Causeway Turbulence, departing new heavy, 777, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Cross 3 to prove that your discussion. Thank you.
Delta 1036, Minneapolis Tower, Delta 8, cross runway 12 right, join Whiskey. Delta 8, cross 12 right, Whiskey, Delta 1036. Heavy contact, departure, good day. So departure, good day, Canon 250 Heavy. Delta 1036, your sequence is Sun Country. Sun Country 407, Minneapolis Tower, wind 160 at 15, gust 27, fly, runway head in, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Boy, I'll tell you what, RJ, boy, this wind has just been relentless.
Yeah. Make sure you have everything tied down out here today. Got Chester on the north side, Alex.
Yeah, we're going to be focusing primarily on the stuff on the south parallel here as Sun Country makes its way in.
Delta 1036, runway 17, line up the way. Second 572, turn right at Whiskey 5, join Whiskey, contact ground point 9. Whiskey 5, Whiskey 19, good day, Country 572. Good day.
2974 company's going to push off Gulf 19 as well. 2974, just to confirm, yep, you're all ready to go now. 2974, reference at Gulf 19 push track, runway 17, taxi via Alpha Charlie at Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. That's South Country 572, clear 12 right, going to Hotel 7. Charlie 572, Minneapolis ground taxi via Whiskey Delta.
Whiskey Delta, Sun Country 572.
2249, that's Gulf
Brian says
20
looks like it
Leaving
might be a bit bumpy for my arrival at an hour. So yeah, it's
November
it's definitely going to be a bit
567
bumpy. I'll say that.
Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4. Southwest 3467,
So I knew it was going to be windy today, but I was not necessarily
Wait for Sun Country to pass your tail, then push approved.
quite prepared for it being
Runway 17.
this horrific.
Approved 17 after Sun Country, Southwest 3467.
Suppose it could be far worse, but it just makes everything that much more difficult.
Delta 1036, contact departure getting.
We're going to do our best regardless, because windy ops are a lot of fun. They're a lot of fun.
Delta 2974, monitor tower 126.7. Have a good day.
So looking ahead to our next arrivals, RJ, what do we got coming in here?
Oh yeah, I guess I need to move my flight radar again. I'm tracking my friend out of Cabo.
There are quite a few flights that are going to be making their way in here. We got Sun Country from Fort Myers,
Addition 7 Tango
Delta
Whiskey,
from
monitor tower now on
New Orleans as
126.7.
well. Also tracking Delta 259 heavier. Next A330 arrival that will be due in about 20 minutes.
Sun Country 3.
Yeah,
Coming in
that's-
from Dublin, so we'll have our Dublin flight arriving today. We've got 757s inbound, Delta 165 with the A330 Neo. Also got Shamrock. Aer Lingus coming in from Dublin in about maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
1 2 right, clear to land. 1 2 right, clear to land, Scout 3792.
And coming up at about
Delta 29.
just a little over 3.5 hours, Delta 170 heavy will be making its way in. And they were supposed to have arrived around 6. It'll be closer to 7. And they will actually get into MSP with the Airbus A350. That flight has been running a little bit delayed as of recent. I know on Monday they were so delayed. They got in, it was right around golden hour because they typically tend to get in
Delta 1605, Minneapolis
just a
ground.
little
If you're up, push
beforehand.
approved, runway 17.
Okay,
Delta 1605, I got you loud and clear.
259 from Dublin is 18 minutes out. So I do believe that will be
Delta 2832, Minneapolis ground, push approved,
the
runway
soonest
17.
upcoming international heavy arrival. And they are to the northwest of us, up at about 17,000 feet.
That was 4283, Minneapolis ground, takes departure via Papa. That's 1249, runway 17, takes the Alpha. Alpha, Charlie, report. Sun Country 107, Minneapolis ground, push approved,
ground Southwest 3467, taxi.
Southwest 3467, runway 17, taxi via Tango Mike Kilo, cross runway 4.
Tango, Mike, Kilo, cross runway 4 to 17, Southwest 3467.
Switch runway 9 to land. It's legal cross runway 4. Gus 26, turn left, heading 140, runway 17, clear to take off. Sun Country 382, Minneapolis, ground, take gate.
All right, we got another arrival coming in here.
32 Hotel 5.
Sun Country 382, that's parking via Whiskey Charlie 1.
Whiskey Charlie,
Alright, this is SkyWest 3792 from Chicago Midway.
Southwest 1605, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, 1 2 right, going north, Delta 1605.
Delta 2593, Minneapolis, ground, push free, runway 17.
Push approved for 17, Delta 2593.
Delta 2249, monitor tower, 126.7.
126, Delta 124.
Sun Country 382, you go to the southwest and we cross to the left, right.
Sun Country 382, we'll give way to Southwest.
All right, I've got to see about something here.
Tower 3792, turn left, Alpha 5, traffic airport, enter.
Yeah, 3792.
Well, that's not good. I think our computer just about threw in the towel. Hold on a minute. We'll get that fixed here in a minute. Sorry about that.
Southwest 3467, you can still pad over the kilo.
Roger, thank you. Hey guys, 3792 on Alpha going to gate Charlie 21.
Southwest 3792, Minneapolis, ground, text the parking via Alpha Delta, Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec, SkyWest 3792.
Delta 1605, monitor tower, 126.7.
37 Delta 1605.
One, two, right, Delta 25, please.
Ground Sun Country 107, Hotel 8, ready to taxi, thank you.
Country 107, runway 17, taxi via Delta Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
170 Delta Sierra Kilo and cross runway 4, Sun Country 107. Delta 2974, turn right, heading 215, now take departure.
Take 215,
Departure, Delta 2974, good day.
good day. And that 7 taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4. Delta 2832, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie. Hold short, runway 12 right, give way to the Amber Air, crossing the alley.
Alright, runway 17, taxi, Charlie 5, Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right, give way to the Amber Air, out of the alley, Delta 2832. Ground point 9. Ground point 9, 1621. Delta 1605, Mip start, Mike cross, runway 1 right, turn right on Whiskey. That's not right on Whiskey, Delta 1605. 2249, sequence is the 7 mile.
All right, I think we got it fixed here. Yeah, our computer was starting to overheat, and that's not a good thing. I mean, it is 84 degrees today.
Yeah, our weather's been kind of on a roller coaster here lately. It's warmed up for a few days and then it's cooled down significantly, like the weather we had last Friday, dropped 30 degrees and nothing flat. Then the front went through.
This is one of the worst springs that I can remember as far as weather patterns are concerned. A lot of strong and windy days, a lot of unseasonably cold days, too. So it either gets really hot or it gets really cold. There's very few in-between days.
Into the alley, push approved.
After Airbus the alley, before vertical.
Yeah, I'm guessing it's probably almost 10 degrees warmer today than it was yesterday.
No kidding.
Southwest 3467, contact departure, good day. Delta 1605 with 17016, set 28, turn left heading 140, runway 17, clears for takeoff.
Yep.
Let's take another look at this landing here, too. And, boy, the wind really picked up with a touchdown. It's kind of a battle royale for me to try and keep the camera steady up here. We got an Airbus A220 taxiway whiskey. They're headed to 17 for departure.
Delta Bravo, hold short of the tunnel, super 4.
Number 4884, monitor tower 126.7.
So they're headed over to runway 17 for their departure to Milwaukee. Delta 2832.
Delta 2574, they just waiting for your gate?
Yeah, it looks like they just worked their huddle right now. I think we'll be going right in, Delta 2574.
Thank you.
Jason saying hello from Thunder Bay, Ontario. Welcome, welcome. So great to have you on board. It's a nice view there. It is. We have wonderful views of our airfield and surrounding traffic at MSP. It's a busy, fun airport, one of the busiest airports in the nation.
2249, turn right heading 215.
Former home of Northwest Airlines, currently the second busiest Delta hub in the network when we're talking about overall passenger traffic. Today, it has just been insanely windy.
Bravo.
After the 57 on Alpha, continue on Bravo to the base to the 4.
That's right, turn right on Whiskey. Sorry, step on Endeavor 48.
So I don't know if you're going to be able to catch us, Alex. You'd have a lot to turn around. We, behind us, up at 35,000, have a cargo lux passing by us up at...
Yeah, it's just out of reach.
Yeah,
That's
I knew it
we're
would.
not going to get.
Yeah, I just thought I would mention, just share it. There.
It's cool, though. I mean, sometimes we do get overflights, which are pretty nice.
Yeah, Anchorage to Chicago. It's a 74-8.
So, Jason, MSP is a big Airbus hub. We'll see a ton of A350s, a plethora of A330s. Delta also has a pretty sizable 757-300 fleet that operates a lot of different daily flights in and out of here. So that's an aircraft that we always enjoy spotting.
Sun Country 107, turn right, heading 215, contact departure, good day.
And of course, we're your typical Midwestern hub airport. We've got CRJs like the one in front of us in abundance. It wouldn't be a major Midwestern airport if not for the presence of those guys. All right. Let's hear it, RJ.
I'm getting the right buttons so far. And I'm learning more about this little toy of ours here.
Yeah, our soundboard is a pretty important part of the show. And if it weren't for that, you wouldn't be able to hear us. You wouldn't be able to hear anything.
Yeah, and as far as what does what and our crazy sound effects and changing the pages for that. 259 from Dublin is now in sight on final.
Oh, I see him.
Next for arrival on 12 right.
So we have a steady stream of A330 traffic throughout the day. That's a pretty big constant.
Charlie 5, Charlie 6.
So if you're a fan of the A330, this is the place for you, as well as the A350. All right, we get a membership to celebrate here. Philip from PLM Aviation, one of our live plane spotting colleagues over across the pond in Germany. He's been a member for 1 month. Thanks so much for your support, Philip.
Oh, wrong one.
Hello, Alex.
There we go.
RJ at MSP Airport family. There we go.
It's hard to see this sometimes in the sun because it's so bright.
Yeah, so great to see you, Philip. I know I have to be tuning into more of your live streams from Munich. It's just that the time difference makes it a little difficult just because I've been working a lot of later evenings and whatnot, so.
Sky 4262, they're pushed back, Charlie 14, you text around that pushback.
Sky 4270, Minneapolis Tower, winds 170 at 18 gust 27, turn left, heading 105, only 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Go Vols 100 says watching from Knoxville, Tennessee. All right, I've been through Knoxville, Tennessee before. I think at least a couple times. It's a great area.
Trying to think, did I maybe kind of pass through that area during my drive when I made my move back up here? I know I skirted by downtown Nashville.
If we're going north on I-75, it'll take you right through Knoxville, I think.
Yeah, I think, I probably did. That's the way I drove when I came up. That was day 2 of my 4-day drive coming back up here.
All right, everybody, here is Delta scooting in from Dublin with the A330.
Southwest 867, Minneapolis Tower, hello, winds 17016, gust 27, runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, Southwest 867.
Hang on, Alex.
Yeah, I'm fighting the wind here to keep the camera steady for you, but here is Delta 259 Heavy arriving from London with the A330-300. Nice touchdown. They have a pretty strong headwind, too, so these are the kind of headwinds that pilots enjoy on landing.
2593 wind, 170 at 16, gust 27, turn left heading 140, runway 17, takeoff.
Private 4080, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi up Papa, cross runway 4.
Go Vols 100, yeah. Knoxville's not the busiest airport out there, but it is a very nice area. I did enjoy my stay in Knoxville when I was through there last. Philip says, don't worry, Alex. Appreciate that I am able to watch your streams. This weather, 29 degrees Celsius. Holy cow. Yeah, 84. Oh, it gets much hotter than that up here in Minnesota. A lot of people don't think that we get scorching hot summers. Yeah, betcha we do.
Oh, yeah.
So we're known for our winters, but I think also our summers can be just as brutal, if not more brutal sometimes.
Yeah,
There are some days in July, RJ, where, or even in August, where the temperature will peak around the hundreds. We'll just get really, really muggy.
Yeah, the route that I did for my hike yesterday was a little bit closer to the river because I was at the same park as I was last week. I might have been in the river.
Delta 2593, contact departure.
Jason says, my father worked for Air Canada and my love of airplanes started.
Minneapolis ground, put approved.
Love of airplanes and airports.
And make sure not to block Charlie 6 there when you push.
Mornings, my dad would take me to work on the ramp. Was
We're clear to push.
so cool. This was long ago, so security was laid back. Oh, absolutely, especially back in the day. Jason also says the L1011 was my favorite. Hey, that's you and me both. The L1011. Love the TriStar.
American 3105, Victor Current.
Dream Spinner 3MN, great to see you today. Says, don't forget the HUM, the humidity. Yes, it can get nasty with the humidity up here, too. I mean, there's, I guess, 1 week where I was visiting, my brother actually was visiting a family relative in South Carolina, and we were like, I wonder what the weather's like back home. It was warmer, and it was more humid than it was down south.
Yeah. And even for me, having been down in the Tampa area for 39 years, there's been times where it's been hotter here than down there. So, Alex, I know we've commented about when Shamrock comes in, they do their pre-customs clearance in Dublin before they come transatlantic here to MSP. The Delta flights coming in do exactly the same thing because 259 did not pull into a gate at the G concourse.
I think they went over to one of the F gates.
Yeah.
There are customs over there at Concourse F. I don't think...
Oh, there is?
Yeah. I
Oh.
don't think that there are customs at concourses A through C.
Okay, that's new to me. I didn't know that. Okay. I thought maybe it was just because, well, you know, when Shamrock comes over, they do their pre-clearance, so they don't have to do it when they get here. And I thought, well, the Delta flight that just came in, pulling into the other gate at the other concourse, could have been the same scenario. All right.
Brandon Baker, thanks so much for the kudos. Says, Alex, I love the 2 cameras that you have, that you are using.
Ground envoy 3420 rated taxi.
Boy, that wind gust is just nasty. That has to be around 30.
Well, the wind would be worse if it was colder.
Oh, yeah. Thankfully, we're not going to be... Well, you know what? We are going to have some chillier weather next week, as I saw in the forecast, unfortunately, so... I mean, it's not going to be too bad. I think we're going to get for a high into the mid-50s, but it's going to be cloudy and rainy and just miserable.
305, runway heading, runway 12 left, cleared for takeoff.
Okay, it's Brian Live says, I don't think Concourse F has customs. Okay.
All right. And we'll need to keep an eye out a little bit for 160 Alex. Their transponder is on.
That's good, because I know that we did not catch them on the last installment of MSP Live just because of how uber late they were.
Oh, yeah. I think I see something heavy moving over there. Is that them?
Yeah, I think that's them pushing back.
Yeah. Yep.
Ground American 3105, we have Victory taxi. American 3105 from 17 taxi via Charlie 6. Charlie, hold short from 12 right. 6, Charlie will hold short of 12 right for American 3105. Envoy 3428, Thunder Tower 126.7. 7 runway 28. Deliver 6041. Ground for cruise runway 17.
Whoa! Whoa! I almost got knocked off my ladder. Ay.
Yep, and it pushed the screen down on the laptop. Here on the table.
Yeah, that had to be over 30 knots, well over 30 knots.
Alpha 4, join Alpha.
That's why Olaf is taking cover in my car.
Well, that's why we got sandbags on everything.
Yes.
Yeah, that kind of threw me off balance a little bit. That caught me by surprise. I was not necessarily expecting that. That was a devil. Oy.
2272, Minneapolis, contacted parking via Alpha Delta Quebec. Alpha Delta Quebec parking.
So Philip says Lufthansa had to adjust their fleet plan, so Discover will get the A350 earlier and probably more A350s than the 4 planned before Victor Alpha. That's maybe new models directly from the manufacturer. Yeah, it's going to be exciting to see those 350s in action for Discover, Philip. I can't wait, and I'm hoping that if Discover, when they get them, if Lufthansa actually decides to return next year, if they're just going to have Discover do their bidding for them, that we get Discover's A350s, because that would be super fun.
12 right, and then right turn whiskey, cross runway 4 for American 3105.
Set of 4695 at the end. Your sequence is Sun Country on the left.
Alright, we'll be following Sun Country to the left.
Secretary 607 Amp Tower. Your sequence is the American Tail.
And as we've had 160 to Amsterdam push, we have 165 approaching in 31 minutes.
Secretary 607 Tower.
They have started their descent.
Secretary 607. Your sequence is the Second,
See 160
Heavy
Heavy in the
American.
background as American Airlines joins Taxiway Whiskey.
Delta 160 Heavy, Minneapolis, ground.
They are referring to 165. They are south and a little west of Duluth.
Air 428, your time, try 56 to 59. Make the left, turn into the 17 pad. I'll call you off from there.
56 to 59, take a left into the pad, and we'll wait there until 130,
28. 188, Foxtrot, wind to 180, 870.
So the A330s, especially the A330 900 Neo and the A330 300, that forms the backbone of the international services in and out of MSP. As far as the wide bodies are concerned, the early Amsterdam flights have Delta's flagship A350 on it.
Two right, clear to land.
Same with the Nonstop services to Seoul and to Tokyo as well. Philip says, I hope so. Philip says, I am so excited for the new Terminal 1 in Munich. It's open since yesterday, and Delta's A330 parks directly in front of the Visitors Hill. Oh, nice. Would be amazing if they launch an MSP to Munich service.
Yeah, we're ready to taxi, but
It would be interesting to see what the load factor is, because I know that the Frankfurt route is actually a pretty good performer out of MSP. I would not be surprised if Munich also did really well.
Yeah, Alpha cross 1 by 4.
That would actually be really cool if Delta were to do it nonstop direct to Munich to compete with Frankfurt.
Delta 152 Heavy, after United, still push through, runway 128.
After United cleared to push 12 right, Delta 152 Heavy, and also unable to cross restriction 70 feet.
Delta 150 Heavy, right?
2591 Minneapolis Tower, no traffic on final, winds 17016, 1730, turn left, heading 105, runway 12
All right.
left, clear for takeoff.
8350 time, everybody.
American 2381 Minneapolis ground.
It's getting to be that time of the day. Transponder now on for Delta 152 to Paris. Charles de Gaulle.
Skyway 180 Fox, turn right, heading 215, contact departure.
That's right, we get the Paris departure here pretty soon. I think that's them that's going to push back just behind our A350 that's headed to AMS. I think that's them in the background pushing back.
Yeah, there's that United arrival that's right behind.
Yep, that's 152 because I just saw them push back on the right side of the frame. Yep, that's them.
Yeah, so they're just waiting to be. And there they go.
273 radar contact, 6 miles west of the Minneapolis Airport.
You got 160 Heavy on the left. You got 152 Heavy on the right. That's pushing back over from Concourse G. Let's take a look at Delta 152 pushing back for Paris with the A330 300. That's another strong gust right there.
And that last call, Travis 463, are you ready, Tech? Travis 463, Roger, you're going to be following traffic at a spot 79, runway 17, taxi to Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 128.
All right, let's go get Marvin Windows coming in with the Beechcraft 1900D.
A mile and a half west of the finals for 12 right. Traffic currently 12 o'clock, 3 miles inbound, 12 right, say 73-2000. I get 607 right, 215, 10 days pressure. Victor.
1531 after the CRJ after your left, runway 17, taxi to Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 128. Papa Mike, cross runway 4, and then 7 to Whiskey Mike. CRJ.
Wind 180, 18 fly, runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Now Delta 160, just want to make sure it's okay to turn right over here and park for a second. Delta 16 heavy from Roof. Thanks.
Oh, 160 might have had a little bit something come up they need to work out.
Possibly, yeah. I think they're going to be in the penalty box
Yeah,
here.
I was just
2591 contact departure.
been a bit of that going on here in the first few games of the Stanley Cup playoffs.
We'll give way to company and continue taxi United 2217.
And yeah, my Bolts won in overtime last night. Series tied at 1. So they will play at least Game 5.
19er, gusting 30, turn left, heading 140, runway 17.
Delta 2732 is at
2732, runway 17, next to via pop and mic, cross runway 4, hold short, I want you right here until I pop up behind the Embraer off your left.
I'm behind the Embraer coming from the
4032 traffic orbiting south of about a 3-mile sign over helicopter 2000.
All right, Alaska now arriving from Portland, Oregon with the 737 MAX 9.
My country 3041, winds 170-21, 728, fly, runway heading, runway 17, cleared.
Yep, gusting to 28 knots. Boy, that's brutal.
Now the last 782, exit 12 right.
Alaska 782, maps contact.
Here's the posterior shot of the A350-900.
Fashionably showing her backside. Well, it's pretty fun to see them take flight and make that left turn out of here off of runway 12 right. That's how we view it.
So Philip says, so I'm in Zurich. Delta has 2 flights operating to JFK and Atlanta, while in Munich, Atlanta, and Detroit.
Fire tower for United 5031.
Yeah, by the 3847 mile tower with 6.7.
Interesting. Yeah, you would think that Minneapolis would be.
Yeah, 46.3, traffic off the left end.
I think that Minneapolis would be on that list, especially the nonstop to Munich.
Being the hub that it is here.
Will give way to. It'll be 3 more aircraft. Passing in at CRJ, leave the last CRJ after right, and then right turn around American is approved.
Okay, go around American and after the CRJ at the third CRJ.
Did I just hear
Yeah, just the last
round?
one.
Yeah, I did too.
Sun Country 599, ready for taxi on Hotel 2 Bravo.
Sun Country 599, runway 17, taxi via Sierra Kilo, cross runway 4.
Runway 17, Sierra Kilo, cross 4, Sun Country 599.
Delta 152 heavy, straight taxi. Delta 152 heavy, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4. And give way to the CRJ if he's a factor, exit in front. Give way. Alpha, cross 4 for 1 right. That was 4032, turn left at Alpha 7, the ground point enter.
That's Alpha 7.
2732, last wait, 3 miles, tower, what's 6.7.
Sorry about that.
2732 on Alpha 7.
Well, I'll tell you what, it's a wacky Wednesday. My tripod has just been acting funny, too.
Alpha Delta connect.
Endeavor 4982, last wait, 3, switch to tower, 1231.
Hang on, Alex.
I'm hanging on. Yeah, that jolt from the camera, that was the wind that knocked it to the side.
United 1531, it's the west pass along, top of the hour to 03 here with them.
Roger from 1531.
Here's United joining taxiway whiskey.
Ground American 2381, ready for taxi, Victor. American 2381, runway 17, taxi vehicle back to Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right. Steer, Jeff, on Delta, we'll wait for you. Going runway 17, vehicle back to Mike, hold short, cross 4, hold short, 1, 2 right. 2381. As we trim it to your 5 and trail, the Embraer, runway 12 right. Clear to land. What's your right, clear to land? Mike Tower, Roger. Goes 4063, hold short of Alpha, please. I will go hold short of Alpha, goes 4063. And you're going to be waiting on that heavy from the left. Alright, heavy on the left passes in front of us, goes 4063. The other side's waiting for you so you can keep it moving on Alpha. Switch to tower 16.7, let's do. 2381, monitor tower now 16.7. 26.7.
And here comes 152.
Jet 1531, only 12 left, taxi via Papa Cross for 24. 12 left, taxi Papa Cross forward. Second 599, wait for United off the right side.
Matty Urich, I'm going to try and do my best. Says, don't go blowing away, Alex.
Correction Tower 4063, thank you, at Mike Cross from the one right.
Well, the other good thing the wind is for, it's going to keep the bugs away. That's the other thing I just thought of.
At Mike Cross, right, turn right on Whiskey traffic.
Yeah, it has its pros and cons, doesn't it?
At Mike Cross 12 right on Whiskey.
Certainly does.
5041, Minneapolis Tower 1020,
Unfortunately, with what I've been out to do so far, no mosquitoes yet. AK nicknamed the Minnesota State Bird.
1531, runway 17, line of wait, Sun Country Airlines.
Line up away from runway 17 for United 1531.
Captain Mickey Mouse 1 says, do we need to tie sandbags to your pants?
Was that for
Alex, so you don't get blown away. I think I'm fine.
No, we'll be all right. And Alex, has it been windy like this all day so far? I didn't really pick up on how windy it was until I got out here.
I think for much of the day it's been this windy.
Okay. Of course, I hadn't been out yet today until I came out here, so I hadn't been outside my house yet.
I think right around noon is when we just got slammed
Okay.
with high winds.
Number 4982,
Later this evening, hopefully it'll start to taper off. Yeah, this reminds me like the spring of 2024. It was just a windbag every single sunny day that it was forecasted. Or that well, most of the sunny days that we got during that spring. I just can remember how windy it was back in 2024.
Endeavor 5041, flighting 140, contact departure today.
140 today.
That's United 1531, fly runway heading on 17, clear for takeoff.
Runway heading clear for takeoff from runway 17, 1531.
Alright, so they're gonna hold short
use caution,
here.
similar sounding call sign on runway 17, and it is United with the same numbers, so I've got two of you. Use caution as well, United. WestJet 1531, fly runway heading on 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Go, we got a trifecta of widget tails, all departing MSP.
3019, they're not going to push now, so Quebec upwind. Quebec upwind. November.
Could be that saying, where's everybody going?
Right, whiskey 6, monitor ground. We'll see you, Mike Tower.
3073 Minneapolis Tower. Traffic is about 77 on a 2 mile final. Wind 170 at 21, gust 29 on a 1 right clear to land.
So, Alex, we've got a pencil on short final from Phoenix.
Sun Country 599. Fire on my heading on a 17 clear for takeoff.
Former Northwest 757 300.
3847 on a 17 line up on way.
Operating Delta 2206.
Turn left heading 140, contact departure.
140 heading over to departure at 1531.
Take another look at our 757 arrival. Got quite a bit of assistance there from the strong headwind as they touch down on runway 12 right.
4063, runway 17, line up and wait. Still 2206, I think you already got it, but turn left heading, turn left and contact on flight 9.
November 96, transform visual 128.
November 963, uniform Minneapolis.
Delta 160 Heavy still currently trying to work out whatever issues that they may be facing on the 12 rate de-ice pad. So they are in the penalty box for the time being.
We have a Smurf jet on short final.
Oh yeah, you're right. Check it out. Got a Sun Country Prime Air coming in from Cincinnati.
2732, runway 17, line up on wait. Minneapolis Tower, wind 170 at 20, gust 29 on a 121 clear to land.
Yeah, gusting to 29 knots. Well in excess of 30 miles an hour.
3847, heading 120, contact departure, good day. Delta 152 Heavy, runway 128, line up and wait.
Runway 128, Delta 152.
Endeavor 5091, Minneapolis, Mike Cross, runway 1 right, taxi to whiskey, check full position.
Cross 1 right, taxi whiskey, 1 Endeavor 5091.
That's 2732, sun left heading 120, 917, clear for takeoff. Good 2381, runway 17, line up and wait.
All right, 152
5091, no delay on that copy, please. So then join
has
whiskey.
been released to pull onto the runway.
All right, we'll take another look at our touchdown really quick from our Prime Air 737 that came in from Cincinnati.
November, hold short, runway 17.
Whiskey cross 4, Mike 0, November short 17, with you, 3333.
Okay, 4063, turn left heading 140, contact departure.
All right, everybody, it is time for Delta 152 Heavy to blast off for Paris.
Delta 152 Heavy, turn left heading 1 at 05, runway left right, clear for takeoff.
105, clear for takeoff, Delta 152 Heavy. That over 165 Heavy is 1 direct.
65 Minneapolis traffic on that 3 mile final. To the Gulf Stream, wind 160 at 16, 59 on 16, clear to land.
To land, 1 direct, Delta 165 Heavy.
American 9281, sorry, runway heading on 17, clear for takeoff.
2415, taxi down with whiskey. Delta 2415, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4. Taxi 12 left, full length via Papa, clear to cross, runway 4, Delta 2415.
too heavy. Off they go to Paris.
And our Smurf jet's giving us a mic taxi.
Oh, yep, they are.
November 6 uniform, turn right at Whiskey 5, taxi straight in.
So, Alex, I just turned and looked off to the left of us, and I saw something big out there coming. That's 165. Kind of lost track of her with everything else coming and going here.
Well, it's been quite a chaotic afternoon. We've got the high winds. We've got, now the nonstop action that's just starting up, RJ. So totally understandable.
G1023, Minneapolis, tower, wind 16.
All right, everybody, now it's time to pan to our left because we got to get Delta 165 coming in from AMS. Not quite back-to-back heavies, but close enough in my book. Keep in mind, we'll also have Delta 160 departing shortly to Amsterdam with the A350.
Today. Delta 5091, turn left heading 120, contact sector.
Ooh.
I was gonna say,
whoa!
That's why you heard me go, ooh.
We have to take another look at this one again, RJ.
Turn left, contact ground point niner.
See how they just got shoved to the left.
Minneapolis Tower, good afternoon.
A nice correction and smooth touchdown with a split-second motion of that side stick. Whoever was at the yoke of this aircraft, a marvelous job on that last-second correction. Also doing what they're trained to do, RJ.
All that time in the simulator.
Oh, wow. So 165 heavy.
1023, turn right on runway 4.
Interesting landing.
G1023, taxi via Charlie Papa, cross runway 4. Mike, hold short, runway 1 to right.
Minneapolis ground, runway 2 standby.
Off.
660 Mike Whiskey on Mavis ground, runway 12 right, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4. Hey, call right down Whiskey, cross 4 on the way, thank you.
West heading 105, contact departure.
Addy Urich says that was quite a landing. Yes, I know indeed. How about some fun with Metroliners? Captain Mickey Mouse 1. No, I actually did not see that. That's interesting. All right, let's sketch our 757 coming in.
Gusting more than 2.6.
Maybe at that last reading about maybe a couple minutes ago, but yeah, it's definitely up there on the cusp of 30 knots.
So, Alex, we do have an inbound UPS from Chicago Rockford.
It's our A300 5556 Heavy.
Yes. Trying to get some of the... Okay, there we go. My phone was kind of like having other ideas. All right, so they're due in 22 minutes. They're coming in from behind us, from out of the south.
Boy, an easy takeoff for Marvin Windows on the south parallel runway. That headwind providing all kinds of lift for them to get airborne. So they are headed to Warroad, Minnesota today. It's one of our awesome YouTube members. It's Brian Live is now arriving on Delta 2983 from Ronald Reagan National Airport. And I think that based on where I see it, I think, Brian, you're going to be landing on the north parallel.
2983, correct?
That would be correct, from DCA.
Yep. Looks like they are next to touchdown on the north side.
And our next arrival, interestingly enough, is Shamrock 989 Heavy. So I don't know if Shamrock is going to be given the south parallel. I think that was for Shamrock, so it looks like they actually might go north. That's all right. That did happen one time, by the way. We caught Shamrock arriving on the south parallel, which was highly unusual because they pretty much stick to the north side.
Yep, they're right behind.
Whoa! Holy mackerel! And Brian has arrived. I think the wind has shifted a little bit here, RJ, and I felt it too, because that wind gust was a devil. That was at least over 30 knots, maybe 32, maybe 35 knots.
Yeah, I'm watching the windsock. It's moving around pretty good.
It is packing, and I almost got knocked off my ladder again.
2983, turn right, contact off point 9er.
Minneapolis catering, push approved. Push approved, 25.
Clear to land.
Well, yeah, that windsock is getting quite the workout today. Also, sounds like Gerald has something to say too.
Yep.
Those are our 13-line ground squirrel friends that populate the viewing area.
344, Minneapolis Center, wind 15019er, gust 26, turn right 12 right.
Yep, so you know they're around when you hear them. There must be one right in front of us, behind, underneath these bushes that are out here.
Gerald's like, hang on. Hey, North Midwest Bus, so great to see you today. Happy Wednesday. A wild and windy Wednesday.
So, Alex, Shamrock is next on short final on the north side.
Yep, I see him.
Okay.
All right, we got Shamrock. So I am Noodles. To answer your question just about what days we go live, so Mondays and Wednesdays are fairly consistent, although it is weather dependent. Tuesdays is also a possibility during the week. There have been stretches where I've gone live for 3 consecutive days. We've done triple headers at least a few times this spring.
Okay, thanks for that. Just let me know.
Sometimes on Thursday and Friday afternoons, so we'll see what happens on Friday afternoon. But more than likely, that's when our next broadcast will be this Friday afternoon. But that depends on a few things. So make sure you're subscribed so you get the notifications whenever the stream is posted so you don't miss the link.
So, Alex, I'm not sure who it was that I was just hearing, but it sounds like somebody has made a comment about needing to go back to the gate. I don't know if that's 160 or someone else that is sitting somewhere else.
5112, Minneapolis Center, wind 15023, gust 30, and I went to clear to land.
Yeah, right.
81 Matt Man, thanks so much for tuning in today. Says, have we ruled out that Gerald isn't laughing at Alex for almost falling over in the wind?
Oh.
I think probably Gerald is enjoying in my pain and suffering, being stuck up on a tall ladder in high wind. I say it sarcastically, of course. Or sarcastically, I should say.
Shamrock 989, taxi via Papa, Charlie, and Charlie 6.
Let's go grab another doorside arrival here real quick.
Shamrock 989, you can exit and turn right on Papa.
And Delta 160 Heavy, they are still on the 12 right de-ice pads. They've been trying to resolve their issue here for a little while. So that's the A350 to Amsterdam. So there they are. All right, let's go get Sun Country as they come in.
Contact ground, point 9er. Minneapolis, cross runway 17, continue to Lima.
Alright, I think our replay thing is also kind of acted a fool here as well. Sorry about that.
Secretary 344, turn right, taxi Whiskey Delta, monitored out point 9er.
Whiskey Delta, monitored out.
our second UPS arrival.
Heavy Roger, taxi
Louisville,
via Papa,
2568. It's a
and
76
taxi via Alpha, cross
ER
runway
freighter today.
4, and
they
now
are
hold
en
short
route.
of taxiway
Hold on a minute,
Delta.
RJ. Hold on.
Alright, Alpha, cross runway 4, and then hold short of Delta for Delta 160 heavy.
Okay, so that. Sorry to cut you off, RJ.
No, good.
I just wanted to hear the taxi instructions for 160 to see if they were returning to the gate or if they were going to go to 12 right for departure, but it looks like they got to go back to the gate. I think that's who you heard earlier, RJ, that said they needed to go back to the gate. I think they were waiting for their taxi instruction.
Yeah.
But anyway, with our flight announcement with UPS 2568 from Louisville, continue.
Yep, they're due in 31 minutes. They are en route because I'm
nice.
kind of looking ahead here with where we're at in the afternoon. What we have coming for inbound heavies. Yeah, and there goes 160 back to the gate. That's what I heard earlier.
212 Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa.
Well, hopefully get that scenario worked out so they can get on their way.
I 5112, do you have enough room to get behind the buster? At 720 Minneapolis ground, wait for Air Lingus to pull end in, push approved, runway 12 left.
Wait for Air Lingus to pull in, then push approved. Going off runway 12 left. Yeah, that's
160 head, continue taxi to the gate via Alpha.
Alpha to the gate, Delta 160 heavy, thank you. Ground Shamrock 99.
Mark 99, go ahead.
What traffic is that there, Canada? What sound is it?
Mark 989, so if your gate is occupied, are you able to get out of there? Otherwise, we'll have to get a ramper to push you out of there.
Delta looks like it's occupied.
If that is your gate, if it's echo free, then yes, Shamrock 989. Would you be able to make the 180, or do you need to have a tow and push you out?
Go there, Shamrock 99.
Okay, Roger. Shamrock 989 will coordinate. Jazz 720, can you help me out here, Jazz 720? Tell those rampers they're going to have to hook into that Air Lingus. They're going to have to hook them up, push them out, so that way they can push you. So, can you coordinate and help me coordinate that?
Yeah, 720 is just through that pushes those guys. Understanding correctly?
You're correct, Jazz 720. If they're
All right,
able,
I
they
have
could
another
push
update.
you,
We have
even to
FedEx
your
786 en
Fox 1,
route
that would be
from
short
Memphis.
instruction. Then they could hook up to Air Lingus and push them fully back. Either is fine
Today
with
being
me, but
operated by
regardless, you'd caution
a
Air Lingus is off your left.
767-300 Boeing freighter. Flight 798
Good, let me know
due
if
in
there's
an hour and 12 minutes.
Shamrock 989.
So they
They'll
are
be
more recently
working out a plan
airborne.
here, so just hold tight.
And then I'm also going to be checking on 170.
170 was running about maybe an hour late. We'll see how much time that they have gained.
All right.
Could take Echo 9, which is 3.
So you can see Shamrock is waiting in the alley there. Just behind that Boeing 757-300 that's over at Concourse
on your
F.
company radio and see if they'd authorize that. That would be approved with me.
Evan Sports Fan 88. Hey, good afternoon to you. Welcome in. A happy Wednesday.
Delta 160, we're still waiting for the ramp people to get.
It's also Earth Day today.
Delta 160
Oh,
heavy, Roger.
nice. Yeah, happy Earth Day, everybody. Perfect day to be outside and celebrate the wonderful planet.
1471, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
I'm low-key enjoying this breeze and this strong wind. I'm trying to keep my bearings with this strong wind, but it's nice because it's so refreshing. It just cools you down. And the 84-degree weather, which is very reminiscent of summertime. So
All right.
another amazing day. And of course, the wind has made some interesting landings already, and I will also reference Delta 165 that came in earlier today.
All right, Alex, I found 170. Yeah, as you were indicating, they are running behind schedule. They had a late departure out of Seoul, and they're going to be late here in the MSP. They are usually scheduled in around 6 tonight, just before 7. 6:47 p.m. local time, estimated arrival.
So Captain Mickey Mouse 1.
Sounds like they're going to push Jazz deep into the alley, and then they're going to come hook up with you to pull you into Echo 3. Thank you for your patience. That's company that wants the Jazz and Care possible if we can touch the
Yeah, we can just barely see Aer Lingus over there.
She's just showing her tail.
Aer Lingus 989. Okay, just hold there and let's see how it looks once they get completely pushed.
Go and check on Delta 160 Heavy here.
Wind 16024, gust 34.
Gusting to 34 knots, holy buckets.
Core 3817, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 left.
Wonder if we're going to get up to close to 40 knot gusts. That'd be incredible.
Yes, 3556, heavy Minneapolis, wind 16024, gust 34, and I went right, clear to land. Delta 198, if you have Alpha 4, you make the left turn there and taxi straight in.
MN Sports Fan 88 says 34 knots as we say in Minnesota, oofda. Yeah, it's what I'm going to echo right there, oofda.
Yeah, me times 3. Yeah, sure.
I think this is the windiest day since Red Zone, or the Gridiron Air 777 came in on that Saturday.
198 Minneapolis ground taxi Alpha.
Yeah, speaking of football, you know, Alex, the NFL draft is Friday night and then over the weekend. For those that are into that sort of thing.
All right, Alpha 4, join 12A, with 5, join with.
MN Sports Fan 88, I agree. Today is a beautiful day for plane spotting. I really enjoy the...
All disregard, it looks like they're turning. We got it, thank you.
All right.
Clear data now. Delta 1471, affirmative.
So I like the wind on hot days like it is today. Temperature around 84 Fahrenheit, 29 Celsius.
720, Shamrock is entering the gate.
Yes, 720, we're still hooked up.
Yeah, and I think I heard him mention, Alex, in regards to 160 going back to the gate, they needed to get the ground crew organized for the gate. I think that they were going to be pulling back into. Thought I heard something to that effect.
All right, so they're going to continue getting ready to go back into the gate here. Meanwhile, UPS 5556 Heavy is on final approach from Chicago Rockford with the A300. So who is ready for some Airbus A300 action?
Minneapolis starts for the 2 mile final is a heavy Airbus customer. Wind 160, head 22, gust 34, runway left right, clear to land.
20 right, clear to land, Delta 262. 5, Minneapolis ground, taxi to the gate via Papa, Charlie, and Charlie 5. 198, are you waiting on Marshall?
No,
Okay, thank you.
We got a bit of crabbing going on here with our A300. This is a touchy aircraft to land. So this might be one of the more interesting landings that we will see today. Look at that. We got crabbing going on. It's official, everybody. Wasted no time coming to a complete stop almost until they made the right-hand turn to exit off of the south parallel. They're going to join Whiskey here.
All right, Delta Tango and cross at Delta Airport.
Delta Tango, okay, so they're going to join Delta instead. They're going to take that to Tango behind us and to the ramp.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Sorry, everybody. My tripod is being
Doesn't like the wind today, huh?
No, it's just that there's some stuff on here that
between
between Monday's show and today's show just got all messed up. I'll tell you what, today has just been wacky. Wild and wacky with the winds, equipment overheating, tripods acting up.
Wacky Wednesday.
But I think the important thing is that, boy, are we having a lot of fun out here today. It's been a lot of amazing airport action so far throughout the broadcast. We've got the A300 going Delta, and they will taxi Tango into the ramp.
United 732 Minneapolis, that must have been you. Wind 160, 18, gust 34, and I went straight for the land.
You're right, middle end, yeah, 732.
Some of you guys in the live chat are giving kudos to the pilots aboard UPS 5556 Heavy. I would also echo that as well. They did a phenomenal job
Delta, hold short, runway 12 right.
smoothly bringing down the A300. Really a nice landing.
So they're still working on it?
With some pretty ferocious wind conditions here today. And it's a touchy aircraft to land, the A300 and the A310.
Again, if you need us to, just tell us where you need us to go. We can cross on the other side of the wind. Stand by, we'll come up with a plan. Okay, very good. Hey, give you a time estimate now for Delta 160 yet?
Yeah, Alex, it sounds like they're still trying to work everything out for 162. Or 160 also. I shouldn't say 2 because then it might think that's the flight number. So, flight 160 is still holding to try to get into the gate over there at the G concourse.
Side to wait, so we can taxi up to and hold short of runway 12 right at taxiway Alpha 5.
Alright, taxi up, hold short of 12 right is Alpha 5, Delta 160 Heavy.
Delta 160 Heavy, monitor tower 126.7.
26.7.
Looks like they got it resolved, whatever it was.
Delta 1028.
Well, that's good.
Taxi via runway 17, taxi via Bravo, hold short.
I was getting a little concerned that they might be in for a lengthy delay, but I mean, they're still going to be delayed, but it's not going to be as bad as I thought it was going to be. So we got, in the meantime, WestJet Encore headed to the North Parallel. The Dash 8 Q400, they're headed to Regina, Saskatchewan.
Delta 160 Heavy, okay, just let me know.
Alright, we'll keep our fingers crossed, but there's activity out here. It's starting to show up.
Okay, roger. Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa. Due to that heavy blocking you downfield, I'm going to have you make the 180, runway 17, taxi left turnout via Alpha to Alpha 3 at Alpha 3, hold short, runway 12 right. Alpha 2, hold for 12 right, Delta Alpha 1028, monitor tower 126.7. Skywest 3761, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, cross runway 4, hold short, runway 12 right.
Sorry, accidentally hit the go around button. So there is no go around.
Hey, 732, turn right, taxi Whiskey Delta, hold short, runway 12 right, and you'll stay this frequency.
Well, Alex, that United flight that just came in and landed from Denver had a challenging touchdown.
Thank you.
Yeah, we got to take another look at this.
2062, monitor down 0.9, right to go.
Down 0.9, Delta 2060.
So they popped up. They kind of floated a little bit here just before they touched down, and boy, did they pop hard.
Runway 12 left, taxi
little ground effects. Touching down.
720 and on across runway 4.
They were fighting
I almost
to
thought
get
they
that
were,
airplane down. They were fighting this wind.
Yeah, I thought they would maybe pull up and do a touch and go back out. They were getting kind of far down, you know, beyond that point where you need to get her down.
to our highlight package tonight because that was most certainly, I think, a spine tingler, RJ.
Yep. That's what the wind can cause.
2946 Minneapolis ground taxi.
1028 on Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Especially today, MSP has been a front row seat to the unexpected here.
PRJ from the left, we'll give way to you. Car 3761 all the way around. They're going to give way to you. You can taxi straight ahead via Papa and cross runway 4. Go. Papa cross runway 4, so it's 3661.
And 160 has made it into a gate at the G concourse.
All right, so United has to wait.
3761, monitor tower 126.7. Tower 126.7, so it's 3761. Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta behind United. Alpha Delta behind United, Delta 413.
I was taking another look at our recent Delta arrival on the South Parallel. Pretty good job with the wind and all, considering how smooth this touchdown was. I would say it's an A+. Nice and gentle. Well done, Delta. We are back up towards 30 knots, gusting to 28.
And we do have, that's why I just kind of popped up here, and I did see them. UPS 2568 is on the downwind to just to the west of us. Out of Louisville, due in 6 minutes.
Smooth was this landing. We got to give this one props. This was a smooth touchdown from United Express. Look at that. That's what you call a greaser right there. Greaser alert, everybody. There you go. Breaking out the applause. Well done. Love that landing. That was super smooth.
Runway 17, taxi via Tango. You can cut through the pad, Yankee, and Kilo. Off runway 4. Yankee, Yango, Kilo, crossing runway 4 to runway 17, 34.7.
RJ, I like that we taught you the soundboard and what all of that does.
Yeah, well, I'm working on it.
That was the perfect sound effect for that. That was the perfect way to accentuate the moment.
Well, I'm
certainly deserved a round of applause.
Yeah, I mean, you know, why not? Whether it's, you know, the bounce and the chomp.
From Minneapolis, Gulfstream 183 Tango, going on up to 12 right.
183 Tango, Minneapolis.
So the opposite.
3 mile, final 73, wind 170, 16, when I want to right, code left.
Good luck with your right traffic.
Speaking of our southwest behind us, that's about to cross runway 422 to head over to 17. Probably I need to check on my friend and her husband that are making their way back home. So I gotta shift my...
Can we get southwest? Maybe. Nah.
Yeah, they're kind of quick on their taxi.
The 1028, turn left heading 130, and I want 7 clear for takeoff.
All right, let's get our next arrival on runway 30 or runway 12 right. I don't know why I was thinking the 30s. It's probably because we had 30 ops yesterday.
With 4043 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa, Charlie, Charlie 6.
Well, I had to fight the wind there.
51 on I 17, line up and wait.
7 line up and wait, goes 3761.
Sorry if I'm sounding over dramatic here, but this wind is making it probably the most difficult that I've experienced working the camera in a long time.
Steve Delta, this is monitor on flight 9 to go.
So we'll take a look at our Sun Country 737-800.
Minneapolis Tower, traffic on a 2 mile final.
Touching down on runway 12 right. A little bit of a firm touchdown there, but they're not going to take any chances, and I don't think he can with winds like this.
Runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4.
All right, update on UPS.
All right.
2568. Looks like they're about number 3 for arrival, Alex. So they've made their turn for final.
The 1028 heading 130.
So we have a Gulfstream that's about to touch down. Behind them is Delta 8924 from Denver.
3761, wind 16018, gusting 30.
Operated by 75 today.
17, cleared 4 seconds.
And then behind them, it looks like it's going to be our UPS 2568.
Plus 3470 tower, only 17, line on the way.
Aircraft on the runway over behind you.
UPS 2568 heavy map down 16020, got 30. Runway 12 right, third line. Runway 12 right, 25. Gulfstream 183 Tango, turn right, and with 7, with into signature monitor, 19. With 7, in the park, under.
73 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, correction, Papa, the gate.
50, runway 17, clip takeoff. Goes 3761, contact departure.
Minneapolis.
Boy, this wind is angry.
Via Lima 3, cross runway.
I think that was
4,
Target's Gulfstream
and
that
full
came
short
in.
runway
The
17.
Target Corporation has a beautiful Gulfstream That is parked over in Signature.
95, monitor tower 123.67.
Hey Steve, so great to see you today. Steve wanted to be joining us, as I like that one. I do too. All right, 7:57 time, everybody.
Pilot 49.4, Minneapolis. Push the roof, runway 17. Runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land 12 right, Delta 3470, heading 150, Pensacola departure. Taxi gate via Alpha. R10, Lima 3, cross, 17, Delta, monitor point 9. Thank you. Delta 8924, didn't roll to Alpha 3.
8924, that's a charter.
Inside.
Oh, that's the Timberwolves.
Yeah, possibly the Timberwolves.
Coming back after they...
Energy 1323, Maps Tower, runway.
Oh, wait, when did they last play?
Weatherwood traffic crossing Delta.
I've not been keeping up on the
Yeah, me
NBA
neither. I just got to
playoffs.
thinking because did they actually play last night or the night before? And I know they did win. They won game 2, so their series with the Nuggets is tied at game apiece. I mean, that when you mentioned charter, that just got me thinking immediately. But then I all of a sudden realized.
There is 2568 Heavy coming in from Louisville, Kentucky.
I'm going to have you join back and you have 2 ports so I can use top behind you. Okay, we'll join over to you. That can be more forward. Yeah, just angle it so you're perpendicular, like you're going to pull in, just pull as far forward as you're able to.
Did you notice they had a little bit of a wardrobe adjustment on the tail?
Yeah, I think they did too.
2568 Heavy, Minneapolis ground taxi via Whiskey Mike Tango, cross runway 4. Whiskey Mike Tango, switch cross runway 4.
All right, Whiskey Mike Tango. We're going to get a Mike taxi for UPS 2568 Heavy.
Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha. Alpha Delta 13. Born Trail with C-Series. Alright, what's your right clear to land? Copy. Digit 920
5568 or 2568 heavy, beg your pardon. Wasting no time, RJ, on taxiway Mike. And also taxiway Tango 2. Looks like they were in a bit of a rush.
Ground Delta 1476, ready taxi with whiskey. Stand by. Ground Delta 2392. Outside London, Charlie. Delta 2392, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa. 1476, runway 17 behind Sun Country, taxi via Alpha Charlie at Charlie. Hold
Yeah,
short,
thanks for the
runway
update
12
from
right.
everybody and regarding that inbound
Right
that
behind Sun Country, Alpha
that came in
Charlie,
from Denver.
Hold short of 12 right at Charlie, Delta 1476. 1476, thank you. Monitor tower 126.7.
Trying to kind of figure that out, knowing that I remember watching the Wolves win game 2.
Caution, there's a bird just left of 12 right now. What's our up to 2696 about 10 hours? Great. It's nice. I think you resume normal speed. You're about 30 knots slower than that. I resume normal speed, 3920. Delta 2696, Nep Tower. You're 7 under 4 in trial of a citation. Winds 13017, gust 31, runway 12 right, clear to land. Clear to land, 12 right, Delta 2696. Delta 2696, if you're able to start slowing, currently have about a 70 knot overtake. I was slowing out that. Minneapolis, ground runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie at Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
17 either Charlie 5 Charlie and then Charlie hold short of 12 right.
Delta 2673, clear at Alpha 5 for Fox 3. Delta 2673, Minneapolis ground, join Alpha and Delta to the gates. You're going to give way to a United Colored Embraer coming out of the Alpha. Alpha, Delta, will give way to the United Embraer coming out of the Alpha, Delta 27. Delta 2979, Minneapolis ground. I'm showing gate Fox 7, is that correct? Delta 2979, roger. Taxi via Papa, Charlie, hold short Charlie 6 for now.
Gusting to 31 knots, RJ.
Seems like it's steadily wanting to increase.
And that's also what we've seen, too, from the updated weather report data at the bottom for our wind. So every hour, the METAR, the Meteorological Aerodrome weather report for MSP Airport, will take a reading about every hour. And just before the top of the 5 o'clock hour, it was showing winds 160 at 20 knots sustained. Gusts are typically around 5 to 10 knots above the sustained winds. Sometimes even more than that. And gusts right now are at 31 knots.
And the C-Series joining Delta will go behind you. Copy that, Delta 2673. Exec Jet 920, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Whiskey. Delta 1476 at Alpha 8. Cross runway 12 right, you're on whiskey.
Alright, cleared cross 12 right.
Delta 2696, turn left, point able, traffic ground, point 9.
Go left here and then over to ground point 9, Delta 2696. Good evening, Delta 2696. We're just clearing 12 right. It's Delta.
This is Delta 1476 headed to the Motor City with an Airbus A321 crossing runway 12 right.
Delta 2696.
There's also a non-rev flight from Boston coming in on the north side. Delta 9960.
4094, I'm in the route to right on Alpha 10 at Alpha 10, hold short of runway once you're in. Tower 4094, tower. Go ahead, go 4094. I'm in the route to right on Alpha. The Alpha 10 at Alpha 10, hold short of runway once you're in. Alright, make it the right turn on Alpha, hold short 1 right at Alpha 10.
Minneapolis ground, taxi in Vietnam. Groundcast 3981 Alpha 5, Charlie 24. 3981 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Alpha, Delta, Quebec, 3981. 9960, the opposite direction Airbus making the turn, will turn into their gate before you. Delta 2696, opposite direction, no traffic, no pack.
Breaker 3681, runway 17, line up and way.
5817, Breaker 3681.
All right, we're going to get some more of your comments here. Maddie says, I heard a whale. This is a little bit earlier. Yeah, we've actually had quite a few increases in A220 assignments. The 717 is becoming less prominent, and Delta looks like they're starting to switch things up. And the 717 is starting to slowly but surely disappear from the Delta fleet. And with some of the recent schedule changes that some of us aviation enthusiasts observed, the 717 is going to be now more of a uncommon sight. And fortunately, I can say that I flew the 717 twice and thoroughly enjoyed it and had a lot of fun. We'll still see 717s, probably not as much though, just because the A220 is going to play a more significant role. And I think that was the replacement Delta had intended for the 717. So yes, the Wild do play tonight. North Midwest Buzzsaw says Wild play tonight, the Wolves tomorrow. So let's go Wild, let's go Wolves.
And here I sit with my Lightning jersey.
That was 4094, only 17 minus only.
Oh, well, you know, it is what it is. Yeah, I'm a Minnesotan by birth, but I'm still a big Lightning fan because I lived down there so long.
Well, I think the other thing that you had also mentioned too many times is that, in fact, you were a season ticket holder for the Tampa Bay Lightning.
Oh, yes, for quite a few years. So that was one of the hardest things that I had to do was to call and let them know that I needed to stop my monthly payments for the 22-23 season because I was going to be leaving the area and moving back up here. So, but yeah, we started our season tickets back in the 93-94 season because the inaugural season was 92-93. And every season up until even during COVID. So, in fact, Alex, you know, I'm going to try to, you know, bring it out and wear it one of these times that I'm out here. You know that one of the things that the teams will do towards the end of a season is some form of a fan appreciation where the players will, after playing like their last home game of the regular season, take the jerseys off that they had just played the game in and turn them over to some type of a fan or maybe a season ticket holder who has renewed for the following season that won in a drawing to be selected for that. And that's one of the things that the Lightning did. And believe it or not, the last season that I had, was it 2019, 2020? I think it was right before the season was paused. We had a game that I didn't feel comfortable with Mom going to, and I was going to stay home too. I posted our tickets to sell them. They didn't sell, so I took them down and went. And I was actually approached by some people with the Lightning, and they said, "We think you've won something," but they didn't tell me what.
Oh, okay.
So when they came back, and in the meantime, I had thought, did we finally get selected for a jersey off a player's back at the end of the game, at the last home game of the season? And lo and behold, yes. So I, along with one other person who had won a drawing for something for that particular home game, were highlighted during one of the TV timeouts in the second period. Or was it the third period? One or the other, I don't remember.
Oh my Lord, look at this bald eagle.
Oh yeah, there he goes. So, with everything that happened during the shutdown due to COVID, it was about a year wait to finally get the jersey. And you know, I got Alex Killorn.
Nice. All right. Now, where'd our eagle go?
Oh, he's still right there. Like riding the wind.
Before you said you want to go further south? Major 4, proceed as requested. Alaska 509.
There's two of them up there.
Yeah, he's going after some birds up there, too.
Alaska 509, my mistake. You can expect only 1-2 left to push as approved. Okay, clear, and pick up agents here, and we'll plan for 1-2 left. Thanks, X-ray current.
And Alex Killorn is still playing in the NHL. He's with the Anaheim Ducks.
6 Minneapolis ground, you can taxi via pound.
North Midwest Buzzsaw, you're welcome.
Ground, Alaska's pushing next to you at Echo 2, reference them, push approved.
I caught it just out of the corner of my eye. I thought to myself, what is that? And I thought, oh, and it's the second that I looked up and saw what it was. You guys heard my reaction. I'm like, holy cow.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
We got a bald eagle.
Delta 407, the Amsterdam 150 at 19.28. DRJ reported 3 miles, 3 miles, runway 1 right, clear to land.
All right, let's take another look at our inbound Delta 737 arrival.
Use runway. Key line XT would like to push next, so if you're able to control rampers to leave room for them, that'd be great. Alaska 509, key line next door would like to push as well, if you're able to tell the rampers to leave room for them. And Delta 2936, Cafe Park. Delta 1936, taxi via Alpha, thanks. Let's go, Captain, thanks, Delta 936 as well.
Marcus Ice, 5400. Yes, there are a lot of Wild and Wolves fans in the chats.
Good, thank you.
Although the chat does not like my affiliation with being a Green Bay Packers fan, despite being born and raised here in the state of Minnesota, but I'm sorry, everybody. The Vikings are too much of a choking hazard for me to be a fan.
Well, Alex, look at me. I mean, I was born and raised here, left and came back, and I'm a Lightning fan when it comes to hockey.
Number 5010,
not as much for the Wild.
You're right, wide around is approved.
But you are a Vikings fan, though.
Oh, yes.
Yep, Endeavor 5010, you'll see him right about now. Alaska's pushing. If you need it, wide around is approved. Roger that, Charlie.
Let's take a look at our A321 touching down.
Behind up 2647. 2647 Alpha 4 for Golf 3 out. 2647 Minneapolis ground to, you said Golf 3? Right. 2647 taxi via Alpha. 78.
Yeah, Alex, we had a close by sports bar to go watch the Viking games.
2647.
Along with everybody else watching their teams, because there's so many people down there that are from somewhere else. It's kind of the way it goes down there.
Now it's 658, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. 17 Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, step 1 right, United. No, 2647, we got Charlie 7 out on as well. Delta 2647, we'll go to Charlie, Alpha, Delta, Quebec, to a United 737, Alpha, Delta, go back, give way to United of 2647. Delta 2981, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Papa. With the Delta Gate monitor, Alaska 509, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross runway 4. Papa, clear cross runway 4 for 12 left, Alaska 509.
Yes, the Northwest, North Midwest Buzzsaw, yeah, go Frost. Yes, we have women's professional hockey here too.
Championship professional women's hockey, might I also add. It's important to know that they won the PWHL championship last year. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, Alex, and I don't know if it was last year's fair or the year before when I worked. A couple of the players actually came through the area where I work.
Oh, wow.
With the trophy.
Nice.
And then I immediately realized what that trophy was and who they were.
And at that point, you're like, oh, I know what that is.
Yeah.
Embraer out of the Echo Gates. They know
about you.
And of course, yeah, for sure, I do know the Stanley Cup.
United 658, monitor tower 126.7.
I've touched it. I've had pictures taken with it.
Endeavor 5010, join
The
Papa.
jacket that my mom always used to wear to the games has been draped over it. So fortunate to have been able to have been a part of those experiences for sure.
4693, give way to the RJ ahead. You can taxi in via Papa behind now.
And was it the PWHL? They're starting to get to the point, due to the popularity and the success of the league, they're starting to expand.
They absolutely are. And it's really great to see because that league has really made a good initiative at finding great players and I think doing things well on a fundamental level that has really connected with their fans, and they're continuing to grow. So it's fun to see the success of professional women's hockey, especially here in Minnesota.
7 Sierra Hotel, Minneapolis, ground secretary.
Delta 4877, there's Stones 170-1827, runway 12 right, third land.
Michael Thomas, 720, thanks so much for tuning in today. Michael says, Alex, severe weather tomorrow evening, FYI. Thanks for the heads up. I appreciate all of you looking out for us, looking out for me in particular. I mean, you guys are amazing. I mean, a downright amazing live audience. And as our friend Gordon Wold has coined the term, the plane posse is certainly strong here at MSP.
354-55, don't block, Echo 14.
I think we'll have to turn that into a sticker or some merch, Gordon. If we ever do turn that into some merch, we're going to send you some complimentary. You guys are always coming up with fun ways of saying things and all sorts of fun stuff.
Sunny 5, Roger, taxi via Delta, and Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17. Delta Kilo 3, hold short, runway 17. 5, monitor tower on 123.67.
American 2379, turn left at Alpha 5, join Alpha underground 19.
All right, let's take another look at American touching down on the South Parallel. The 737-800, they are coming in from Dallas. This is flight 2379. Behind them, Delta 2877 from guess where, RJ?
Denver.
That's right, you've been on that flight before.
Yes, that was my flight back on March 4th.
And we were broadcasting on March 4th. We caught your arrival. That was super special. I was not able to make it for your departure out of MSP, but
well, that's okay, because you have the video that I did from on board from when we taxied by here on Whiskey, and then the departure off of 17, and then you also have the arrival video that I took from on board coming in. Yeah, and when I went out on my departure to Denver, Alex, that's totally okay. I don't know how you would have been able to capture the departure because of being the 17 departure, and how it is from here at the viewing area, so a little more challenging.
take another look at this here, RJ.
Yeah, it had a little bit more of a flare as they touched down.
Yeah, check this out. Oh, they were all... wow. They were almost within tail strike territory. Well, great corrective action there at the last second to prevent that from happening, and well done.
Yeah, it was super fun to be on that flight coming back, Alex, knowing that you were streaming from here.
Alpha and Delta into the alley. Thanks, Alpha, Delta into the alley, 27.
Boy, there's a flood of arrivals that are steadily making their way in here, looks like.
That's 3538 Minneapolis ground, taxi via top.
Yeah, and I know, Alex, I'm glad I went out when I did this season to ski because they didn't have the best season out there for snow. And all of the resorts are pretty much already done for the season.
4284, is your gate full or are you waiting on March 1st? You can turn it in towards Bravo to make it perpendicular so I can use top behind you.
And I know when I was out there, there was some days where it was pretty warm. And the trick is to try to, elevation-wise, stay as high as you can because it'll be colder. Conditions will be a little bit better.
Ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Visual 12 right. Delta 2977, we have Stones 17017 goes 25, 3 reported 15 not gained, 300 feet, runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, Delta 2977. Sorry, Delta, Quebec, Charlie, on Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
3974, Minneapolis Tower, wind at 17017 goes 25, 159 gained, reported at 300 feet, runway 12 right, clear to land.
So an update on 170, Alex.
All right, that's our A350-900 arriving from Seoul tonight, everybody.
Yes.
So, RJ, what do we know?
They are still an hour and 27 minutes out because of their delay today.
Ground out to 673 off Delta 5, we're going to Gulf,
They normally are in here, by around 6, a little before, maybe a little after.
35455, monitor tower, 126.7.
So Delta 673 coming in from Fort Lauderdale with the A321.
25, he's caution for birds in between the parallels. And also 15 not gained, reported at 300 feet. Runway 12 right, clear to land.
12 right, clear to land, copy all.
Yeah, they saw the eagle and maybe some crows doing a tango that we captured earlier on the stream. Was able to get that reported.
United 2272, spawning ready, check.
United 2272, give way to the CRJ, turning on Quebec, runway 17, Bravo, runway 12 right. Runway 12 left,
Oh, and I hadn't forgotten, but decided it was time
Delta 2977, turn myself 5
to check in on our FedEx Flight 798 from Memphis. They are just to the south of us, 8 minutes out.
Thank you.
making their downwind turn.
55.
All right, FedEx 798 Heavy
Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa.
making their turn onto the downwind. I see them.
2977 and Alpha.
South
for,
of the
Fox
Minnesota River, they'll be passing over the suburbs of Bloomington and Eden Prairie, Minnesota in just a little bit.
2977 Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha and Delta into Fox 14. Give way to the company 73. They're going to be, you can go behind them.
Okay, giving away to the 73 Alpha Delta, and we're going to Fox 15 Delta 2977.
So 2203, turn right on top. I need you off the runway.
Roll the Alpha 5, please, behind the bus, ground point 9. Alpha 5 behind the bus, ground point 9, guys. 39.
All right, we got a Delta 1127 coming in from Boston on the north side.
Via Alpha and Delta.
Correct. Alpha Delta Fox 15 Delta 2977.
United 2272, monitor tower 126.7.
2670, guys. 22.
Tower 3517, you turn into the gate after an RJ passes off the right side. Are the marshals out there? 3517 behind the RJ off the right, and then you'll turn perpendicular to the terminal, please.
I have another update. This time a departure. Alex,
3974.
gotta
All
start
right.
keeping an eye out for Delta 298 to Rome.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, we got the Rome departure today because today's Wednesday.
Yes.
Alpha, Delta, and Quebec. Alpha, Quebec. Sun Country 3035, we have a ground push approved.
They have a scheduled 5:40 departure.
Delta 1127, Minneapolis ground taxi via Papa, Charlie, and Brooke.
And when they push, they will be pushing from
Good, 3978, turn
Gate
left at Alpha 4, join Alpha,
G6.
kind of ground point 9.
aka
Alpha 4, Alpha, ground point 9.
80. What used to be the Gold Concourse.
Take a look at this little correction here just before touchdown. They were leaning a little bit to the right. Then they put it down nice and smooth. Well done for the E175LR. The inbound arrival from Louisville, Kentucky, SkyWest 3978.
That's Charlie 14.
3978, Minneapolis ground taxi via Alpha Delta Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec, SkyWest 3978.
And we also have not heard anything new as of yet as far as an update with 160.
Yep. So it was supposed to depart earlier today, and Delta 160, they started taxiing to the runway. They encountered an issue. They had to sit on the 12 right de-ice pad for quite some time to see if they couldn't sort it out in short order, and unfortunately,
1127 Bravo, Charlotte Tunnel.
whatever happened, they needed to return to the gate, and Delta 160 has not left since. All right, next up, Southwest
to the gate, turning behind it.
Flight 1956, now arriving from Denver.
Taxi via Papa, Mike, cross runway 4,
Take another look at our southwest arrival from Denver.
Whiskey 3, Delta monitor .9.
I think our Rome flight has started pushing our J, started pointing down in that direction.
Yep.
And indeed it is.
Yep, I didn't want to interfere with the instant replay here for our southwest arrival.
That's all right.
Get you rolling in about 2 minutes.
Yeah, 298 to Rome has pushed.
All right. And our next arrival, Sun Country 386 from Fort Myers.
And I now hear them spooling up.
Push approved, runway 17. I cleared to push runway 17 on board 4043. South 1956, minutes strong covered at Sun Country if they make Whiskey 5. Okay, we'll give way Southwest 1956. 9552, minutes strong, push approved, 1 2 off. Monitor point 9. 5517, trying to be Lima. 552 minutes down, push through, 1 2 off.
All right, let's take another look at our Sun Country arrival from Fort Myers, and you can really tell that the pilots are really having to fight this wind. As you can see there, they were leaning a little bit to the right. Good touchdown, nonetheless.
Yeah, at 552, minutes strong, push through.
There's Delta 298 headed to Rome, the A330-900 Neo. This is a seasonal service to Rome that Delta operates now during the spring and summer months, and even parts of early fall. We're so excited that the Rome Nonstop service is back for a second consecutive year. The route to Rome was rolled back out last year after it had been removed and snubbed out after its initial debut back in the 2010s, where Delta just could not maintain enough performance on that route to continue. And since times have changed rapidly, Delta thought, hey, why not give it another shot? See how the market responds, and well, I'll tell you, bringing it back as a seasonal service has been really popular. All right, everybody, we have to pay attention because FedEx 798 Heavy is now on final approach and is about to touch down on the south parallel from Memphis, Tennessee.
Headed 2232, turn right heading to what is contact departure. See ya. Okay, we'll do a contact departure. United 2272. Major 215 Pacific. Heading 215, we'll do it. Okay. United 2272. Good. 4159, south 1 straight, turn right. And my
I'd say they stuck that landing.
It's a pretty firm touchdown from FedEx 798. We'll have another look.
3035 now, clear, turn left heading 120, only 17, clear, take it.
So now we got to listen for the taxi instruction.
Heavy taxi via Whiskey
Local Whiskey Mike Tango, cross runway 4, you can monitor ground point ownership.
Whiskey Mike Tango, cross runway 4, 19,
All right, another Mike taxi.
And 1935 amp star, wind is 170 to 15, gust 30, anyone 2 left, good line.
So how about that, RJ? Whiskey Mike Tango, the taxi instructions for FedEx 798 Heavy. That's now 2 for 2 on Mike taxis with the 767 today.
Yeah, it looks like it could have been almost a full send for them with the way they pulled off at the end of the runway. They're way down there.
Yeah, I just noticed that too. Holy cow.
Yep.
43, monitor 126.7, good day. 267, good day.
All right. Meanwhile, here is Delta 298 Heavy to Rome strutting its stuff on taxiway Alpha. And they are going to head to 12 right. They're going to thunder in front of us into the sky, bound for Italy.
A lot to do in Rome.
550, runway 12, taxi, a pop across runway 4.
If you're flying into Rome to do a cruise, whether it be round trip or you're sailing from the port of Civitavecchia, you certainly want to try to allow some extra time prior to boarding to explore Rome.
2528, runway 12 right. 2528, amp star, wind is 170 to 17, gust 30, anyone
If you had
straight,
wings, says Rome, should I stand by to play the theme from airports?
I saw that.
2528, cleared to land, runway 12
Which was filmed here, by the way.
30, 35 minutes departure.
You know what I've said about the end of that movie and what somebody has said when they kind of tap the side of the airplane, you know?
Alpha 10, hold short, 1 straight at Alpha 10.
Nice going, sweetheart.
Alright, the right turn Alpha, Alpha 10, hold short at Alpha 10, on boy 4040.
Just verify. At Alpha 10,
All right, FedEx 798 Heavy is getting closer.
L 298 Heavy, map start. And traffic spot is 7 mile final, turn left heading 105, runway 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Heading is a 105, runway 12 right, clear up Delta 298 heading.
So we got to be on the lookout for a turn and burn, RJ, because Delta 298 was cleared for takeoff before they even turned to line up for the south parallel runway.
Yes, 298 Heavy, you hit the front heading, and have one off to the left of the section.
Thank you, runway heading. So now we're taking on Delta 298.
Seeing if we could get a wave. I don't think we got one from FedEx 798, but that's all right. We got the taxi on Mike from the UPS 767, and then the departure to Rome at the same time. Fun stuff here from Minneapolis. Looks like somebody's waiting down there.
United 552, turn left heading 100, 12 left, clear for takeoff.
Marcus Ice, yes, the wingspan on the A330-900neo is quite large. I think it's a little bit longer or larger of a wingspan than the A330-300 is. Not by much.
Probably 4043 at Alpha 10, cross 1 straight, turn right on Whiskey. Alright, 12 right, cleared to cross, right turn Whiskey, envoy 4043.
All right, let's take another look at our arriving A220.
552, contact departures, yep.
All 2528, may I have contact the Alpha Delta Quebec.
Delta, Quebec,
Super Tug 4 has a company pass and then proceed via Alpha.
Once the company passes, proceed via Alpha, Super 4.
Airbus Ace, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Great to see you again today, buddy. Says happy Wednesday, everyone. Has EDA Airways ever been to MSP? If not, would it be feasible or profitable for them to do so in the future? Just wondering. Thanks. That's a very good question. And you know what? I'd love to see EDA here, but because they switched alliances, they used to be SkyTeam forever, and then now they're Star Alliance. The likelihood of EDA ever coming here is pretty much a no. We would love to see him here, absolutely. I mean, keep in mind, those A350s, whew, they got some really good looking A350s, I'll tell you what, but I don't think they're going to be coming here to MSP anytime soon. They also have not had service at MSP before either, and it is interesting to think about if EDA, which used to be known as Alitalia, flag carrier of Italy, would have actually flown here to MSP, but unfortunately, no.
You'll see him when you got to LAX, though, right?
Oh, yeah, we'll be seeing EDA out at LAX. It's actually a perfect segue into talking about
You hadn't done that yet. Good thing I brought that
LAX.
up. There you go.
There you go. We'll be in Los Angeles on May 6th through the 8th. And by the way, I did get the rental car booked last night. So I think all of the major components to our trip are in place. And I can't even believe it is less than 2 weeks away from check-in before our flight out of here. How crazy is that? In 2 weeks, we will be on the ground in Los Angeles, and we'll be doing some fantastic live aviation. And we will have a great time. Big thank you to our hosts, LA Flights Live, Peter and Josh.
I had to do that.
Of course, absolutely. And you know what? Hey, they deserve a round of applause. Thanks so much, LA Flights, for helping MSP Airport Live out there in LA. So if they are live, I'm hoping they do a live show when we come in, because we'll have to shine the light for them. So it's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to see all the AIDA, Cargo Lux, Emirates, Korean Air, you name it.
I hope you sleep while you're out there.
We're going to have to get some sleep. I mean, whether we can sleep or not, we're going to have to get some rest, because it's going to be quite the marathon out at LA, May 6th through the 8th on MSP Airport Live. So who do we got coming in next, RJ?
All right, we'll get back to that. I'm also still keeping an eye on 160, because I think their transponder, I think, is on, according to flight radar. Because when they went back to the gate, I think it was off for a while, and I think now it could be back on. So, have to keep an eye on them, see what, maybe they've worked out their issues, and maybe they're getting ready to go.
I'm certainly hoping that we are able to catch
Okay.
Delta 160 Heavy tonight.
Okay,
Because
so now it's off again.
Papa Charlie.
Okay.
So
Papa Charlie
might
Bravo.
need to reverse all of that. I thought it was off, then it was, I think, then I just saw it on, and now I'm seeing it off again. But our next arrival that's about to touch down is Delta 2843 from Nashville, and there they are. And of course, 170 is still out there too.
That's right.
I think maybe it's time to go check in on them again.
And they're late today, as well as Delta 160. I wonder if that's going to have a ripple effect down the chain.
170 is an hour out. They are estimated in at 6:55.
All right, amazing.
And it is currently about 5:52 here in the Twin Cities.
Phil G. PG, thanks so much for tuning in today. This is greetings from California. Great show. Well, hey, thanks, Phil. I'm excited to be out in California 2 weeks from now. So we will be traveling with our assistant producer, Logan Justice, and our co-host, John Joseph.
So, Alex, Neil 1652 has just given us an update that 160 now shows an estimated departure of 1,800 hours.
6 o'clock.
That's like in 8 minutes. So, thanks for the heads up.
Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Neil. So, everybody, hope you're having as much fun as we are today. It's wild, it's windy, and it's action-packed. And Wednesdays are always a buzz of activity here in the Twin Cities. And I like it when we have the windy shows with the South Flow activated, because pilot skill is really on full display close up to our cameras. Be more difficult to see when they are. In fact, I will point the other camera down towards the threshold of runway 30 left to give you an idea. We would have landings coming from this direction. And also takeoffs as well. But we are not in that north flow today. We're in that south flow. Whoa. Gerald just ran for cover.
Oh, hey. Guess what?
What?
We have an inbound Delta 76ER from Las Vegas, Delta Flight 2262.
Oh, you know what?
Number 2 for a touchdown.
That's probably for the National Association of Broadcasters convention in Las Vegas. Because Delta had upped the capacity for that particular event in certain markets. And
2262 Heavy Minneapolis Tower, winds 170 at 18, gusting 32, runway 1 straight, clear to land.
There they are.
Lima and Yankee Kurt, Minneapolis, South Service 2906.
I bet you didn't have that on your bingo card tonight.
no, I did not.
As
And
you,
now that
as you
is
like to say.
the whole thing about NAB though is just a guess. I mean, maybe it was just because of the fact that Delta had that equipment available. Something happened with the originally assigned airframe.
I see them too. They're out there now on final.
How about that for a nice bonus?
So we have an inbound Cessna citation from Chicago O'Hare. It's a NetJets. And then our arriving 76 will be behind them.
So last week it was the week of the 747 here at MSP. This week I think it's shaping up to be the week of the 767.
Gusting 32, runway 1 straight, clear to land.
1 straight, clear to land, Skybush.
So the 5 o'clock hour going to bring us some nice treats towards the latter stages until 6 o'clock. And then just after 6, we should get the departure of Delta 160 headed off to Amsterdam.
Sit at 990, turn right, you're in Whiskey to signature with me. Have a good day.
Hey, Whiskey 7, Whiskey 62.
All right, here is our Delta 767-300 arrival from Las Vegas.
15, gusting 32, runway 12 left to the land.
I see some crabbing, Alex.
Yeah, they're crabbing a little bit. So I think they've straightened out now.
Super Tech 6 Tower at Charlie, cross Mill 6, continue to spot 11, monitor ground, put on.
So there we go. Bonus 767 action there on this flight from Vegas.
2262 Heavy, turn left, what's the gate?
Going to Golf 6.
2262 Heavy, taxi radar, have a good day.
2262 Heavy. Really really nice touchdown as they made their way in. A good correction there towards the very end and a nice smooth landing. And again, it's been a lot of fun watching the demonstration of pilot skill out here from MSP, and I think that landing certainly fits into that category.
And runway 12 left taxi via Whiskey
Yep.
5.
Gotta be able to know how to do it
Whiskey Delta.
in all conditions.
Runway 12 right.
Okay, Whiskey
Michael Thomas,
Delta
thanks so much for the
12
kudos
left,
to Street Video,
right,
Alex.
attention 920.
You're welcome. I'm trying to do my best out here. Also, big thanks to Phil G, PG for earlier.
Trevor, thanks for the update on 160.
Was that 4301?
So Trevor says, certainly unusual for the 767s to come from Vegas. Usually it's always Atlanta. I know, that's a good point because it seems that the equipment swaps that we've had with the Delta 767-300s or even the 400ERs have always kind of come from Atlanta, but not today. It was from Vegas. Or the other one is Orlando.
That's it. 920. Hold short of Whiskey for now.
Holding short of Whiskey, that's at 920.
Oh yeah, Alex, and what I guess I was meaning to say is Neil. Another update on 160 to 1850 hours. So just before 7.
Okay, so they pushed it back 50 minutes.
Whiskey, Charlie, Whiskey 5, straight in, have a good day.
Alright, Whiskey 5 straight in, Whiskey 5
Is that jet 920, L Whiskey 6, Whiskey Delta, hold short, runway 12 right.
Okay, Whiskey 6, Whiskey Delta, hold short, 12 right, exit at 920.
Cars 4301, give way to traffic X City, gets Papa 3, if they make Papa 4, sorry. Clear to land.
What you were right, clear land.
Go forward 459, company weight, ground point 9, get there. Scouts 4233, Minneapolis ground, runway 12 left, taxi via Papa, cross.
Delta 2462, our next arrival from Destin, Fort Walton Beach, Florida.
Skywest 4459, Minneapolis ground. After the CRJ is ahead, you can make the left turn onto Papa, taxi parking via Papa. Skywest 4459 and north side, make the 180, hold short of your gate, off the back. Skywest 4459, actually set straight ahead, join the into the 30 right pad and let us know when it's open. Skywest 4459, you can turn 9. For the 2 minutes afternoon, wind 170 at 15, gusting 26, runway 12 up, go to land. 2462, turn left, ground, 49er, good day.
Left ground point 9,
How about another heavy departure?
Go for it.
Heads up for Delta 258.
Delta 920 Minneapolis Tower, traffic 3 mile final, cross me 1 trip,
Headed out
continue via
to
Delta and Papa.
Dublin with a scheduled
across,
departure.
21
Well, that's right. We get the departure end of
Yep.
the Delta service as well with the A330 tonight. So we got 259 earlier that we saw arrive. Now we'll get 258 on the departing end later this evening. More A330 action still to come.
So their scheduled departures at 6:25.
Okay.
Delta 920, cross runway 4 on Papa, monitor ground now on 28.
And they might be pushing about 5 minutes early.
Ground point 8, exit at 920.
They will be pushing back from gate F12. So we saw that come in earlier.
Delta 914, our next inbound arrival on the south parallel of the 737-900ER. will also be the very same flight that Logan, John, and I will be returning to Minneapolis following our trip to LAX aboard on May 9th on a Saturday, but it'll be a 757-300, assuming that Delta does not change the equipment assignment. So this LAX trip is also going to be great because I'll get to say that I've flown on the Flying Pencil for the first time.
Yep. Make sure you're fully strapped in,
Push approved, runway 17.
especially for takeoff.
Push approved for runway 17. We'll wait for the citation. Runway 37.
Wind 180 at 13, gust 24.
So Alex,
2910 Minneapolis afternoon, wind 180 at 13, gust 24. Runway 13 for the line.
we're getting a flyover from a queen.
Nice.
14 to left, contact 49. Good day.
PS 65, Anchorage to
And then an
Louisville.
overflight from another aircraft here across the field.
Yep.
914 Minneapolis ground taxi.
So they are up at 35,000. They're an hour and 9 minutes out from Louisville. They left Anchorage 4 hours and 23 minutes ago.
Look at that, everybody.
Yeah, you can tell she's a queen with the 4 contrails from the 4 engines.
$44.59, we just split. You can make that call on 0.8, please.
All right, our next arrival on the South Parallel is going to be Icelandair 657 from Reykjavik.
That's 102 behind.
So look at that, everybody. Icelandair priority arrival.
2078 minutes afternoon, wind 180 at 13, gust 24. Runway 12 right, quarter line.
Oh, and Icelandair is crabbing just a little bit.
Route 988 Minneapolis ground, push approved. Runway 12 left.
Upset 102, traffic for 3 miles.
All right, let's take a look at our arrival from Icelandair 657 out of Reykjavik. 737 MAX series.
Icelandair 657, turn right and join whiskey. Contact ground 49er. Have a good day.
That was a pretty smooth touchdown from Icelandair as well. So they sent us the MAX 9 again today. They did that on Monday as well. And I think we will see the MAX 9 a far more common on the assignments from Reykjavik to MSP.
There's 657 Minneapolis ground taxi via whiskey hold short, whiskey 6. When the citation goes into the ramp,
Check this
you
out.
can continue via whiskey and delta to the gate.
Look at that BizJet. I think that's Wheels Up Aviation over there.
73 waits for you. You can taxi in via whiskey 6.
also Icelandair. I think they did a full send because they're having to taxi back towards Terminal 2 for quite a ways.
You're right, Alex. That's a wheels up.
Jet 102.
Embraer Phenom came in from North Wilkesboro.
Ground envoy 3681 from Delta, push back from Echo 14.
And Alex, Neil Neal's commented, do we know if the Delta 160 passengers deplaned or they're still on board? I would say they're probably still on board.
I would actually venture to guess the opposite. I think that they have deplaned.
Okay.
Because or deplaned. Sorry, English is hard at the moment. But if there's a significant delay, I think anything longer than maybe... Our audience is going to have to fill me in on the exact time before aircraft have to disembark all passengers.
Yeah, I was just saying what I did, because if they do have a scheduled departure now at just before 7, how this would work when they have a delay of this length. I've never experienced it, so I wouldn't know.
Shuttle 4056 North Tower, cross runway 1 right at Mike turn whiskey. Cross runway 1 right at Mike, SF40 50. Runway 1 Mike turn on whiskey, SF40 56.
Envoy 3781, monitor tower 126.7.
They're 12367 envoy 3781.
2910, join Bravo the rest of the way to the gate. Hotel Minneapolis ground, runway 17, taxi via Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Clearing Alpha 3 from the car back.
2878 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec. Hey, ground, was that frequency 2667 on board 3781?
126.7, 26.7.
26.7, that's 3781. 5 miles an hour, 1 2 back.
Look at 8, F5 Mike Mike, Minneapolis Tower 4 behind the 737, runway 1 2 right to land, winds 190 at 16, gust 24.
Clear to land, 895 Mike Mike.
Alright, if you had wings, I just see your message that's popped up. DOT, Department of Transportation rules, up to 3 hours domestic, 4 hours international. Individual airlines have their own guidelines.
Okay.
Runway 422 and monitor
Thanks so
tower
much for the
3.67.
for the update. Yeah, I thought it was somewhere between the 1 and 3 hour range. I just couldn't remember.
12367.
Yeah, okay, so this does bring back a little bit of a scenario that we had trying to come get home
Ground, wait for
out of LaGuardia
that ice there, and then
after
push
disembarking a
through
cruise.
runway 17.
And due to weather in the area, they were all the New York area airports were experiencing some significant delays, and they were really working to try to get people, you know, in flights in and back out to avoid having to cancel any flights. And I know with our flight out of LaGuardia, the flight crew had actually made some changes in our route to help us get out of there.
Continue down Alpha, join runway.
And they were dealing with some increased spacing at the time as well, which was also increasing the wait time
On the runway 4, hold clear Charlie 5, Delta
for arrivals and departures as well. I do that just brought that scenario back.
Sun Country 8162, Minneapolis, ground taxi via Whiskey, and say again the gate.
Halls 9000, thanks so much for tuning in. Glad to have you aboard with us. Says, just found this channel. Like your format with the replays, the slow-mo, and the comments. It's like you're watching sports, only better with airplanes. I know, I agree.
At Kilo 3,
You're one-upping the guys at O'Hare. Well, thanks so much for the kind words. So great to have you on board. Yeah, we got to keep it lively around here in the Twin Cities. So my name is Alex. If we have not met, I'm the executive producer of MSP Airport Live. So RJ Bean, who is my co-host, a volunteer at the Northwest Airlines History Center, has a deep family history with the airline industry as a whole. And RJ, I'll let you talk about that because your family aviation roots run deep, especially with your dad, who's a pretty senior captain for Northwest in his prime.
Absolutely. So my dad was a pilot for Northwest for 31 years. Would have flown even longer if what had happened, unfortunately, at the age of 50 had not. And at that time when that happened, his seniority number was 63. With 10 more years, he could have flown. He had 2 older brothers, 1 younger sister. One of the 2 older brothers was also a pilot for Northwest, actually helped get my dad into flying. He flew as long as he could till he had to retire at 60. His seniority number at that point in time was 9. And my mom also was involved because she was a stewardess back in time. That's how they met. So I was living down in the Tampa area for 39 years because of things as it related that happened to my dad, and made the decision to move back up here to the Twin Cities when I became the only member of the family. After going through losing everybody, unfortunately, starting with my dad, then my brother, then my mom. And I wanted to get involved and volunteer at the NWA History Center, located over at the Crown Plaza Air Hotel. And found Alex that started up the MSP Airport live streaming channel. Got involved in one of the co-hosts, and when I'm not out here helping to co-host, I'm helping with moderating the chat from home.
Sun Country 1681, runway 17, taxi via Delta.
And if anybody might be wondering, no, I am not going to LA, but I'll be here helping with those streams in other capacities, and I'm hoping to video their departures and arrivals. Not live, but with the old video camera that I have. And they'll have that share after they come back.
Delta 1878, turn Alpha, contact point 9, good day. Turn Alpha, point 9, Delta 78, and we had multiple losses, 10-15 knots on final. Thanks for the report.
Kelly Talbert, 6610, I see your comments. Your dad and your brother are both pilots, so it's going to be something that kind of runs up your blood and during your time as well. Yeah, we'll let you fly for about a minute. Yeah, a lot of people have asked if I'd ever had the interest of getting involved and wanting to fly, and actually, no, I never really did.
And monitor ground on point 8.
But it was sure nice to be able to fly and travel during the times in which we were able to. Unfortunately, I lost my privileges once I finished college because the benefits for siblings over time has changed. So, and then it kind of also got to the point where my mom still had her benefits, but whenever we were going to try to fly to go anywhere, we really needed to be able to get to where we were going because of what we were doing. So we just paid for our flights
3791.
and
3781, contact departure, good day.
went that way.
3791.
28,
And it was also kind of getting to the point where, you know, my mom being the one flying standby with the way the order in which people get seats assigned is concerned, she would have been kind of at the bottom of the list.
To the 737, currently on Alpha to Delta.
Big shout out to one of our live spotting friends, Gail, who has joined us out at the viewing area. So her son, First Officer Chris, on board a Delta A321 headed to Atlanta in charge of Flight 1026 on November 344 Delta November, is flying out, and we have a viewer request. So we're going to get First Officer Chris on his way out of MSP.
2863, 73 is going to cut you off there at Delta.
All right, yeah, we'll get way to them, Delta 20. Have a good night.
Thanks, Jeff. 2607, company C-Series gives way to you there. Delta 2607, monitor down 0.8. 2863, you can continue around the tunnel via Bravo to gate.
Delta 20.
Delta 258, heavy, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 12 right.
Push approved, 12 right, Delta.
Runway 17, clear for takeoff. Showing power grid 5, Minneapolis power winds 180 at 18, gust 28. Runway 12 right, clear to land. 12 right, clear to land, power grid 5.
Delta 2268, Minneapolis ground, got one in the alley, so push back onto taxiway Delta in front of gate Fox 15, expect runway 17.
Push off Delta in front of Fox 15, expecting 17, Delta 2268.
American 2379, Minneapolis ground, got one pushed in the alley. Your push is approved onto taxiway Delta, stage in front of gate Echo 15, expect runway 17.
Okay, push approved onto Delta, stage in front of Echo 15, looks at 17, American 2379.
Super Tug 4, Minneapolis ground, push approved.
Push approved, Super Tug 4.
And the Super Tug 4 push and reposition is approved via Bravo. Southwest 4256, Minneapolis ground, push approved, runway 17.
Southwest 4256, push approved, 17.
Land,
12 right.
power grid 5, runway 12 right, clear to land.
Runway 12 right, power grid 5.
So Marcus asks, does Aer Lingus come here from time to time? So they are actually a daily visitor to MSP. So they run a daily nonstop service between here and Dublin with the A321 XLR. So fantastic aircraft.
3791, runway 17, line of flight.
Jaden, so great to see you today. This is Lolo. How's the show been today? It's been a wild one out here just because it's been so windy.
215, contact departure, good day.
Delta 1026, runway 17, taxi.
So our next
via
arrival
Charlie
on
5, Charlie,
the
hold
South
short
Parallel is
road,
actually going to be a Gulfstream G280 from Houston Intercontinental for Quanta Aviation Services. So this biz jet actually has a really cool livery.
Giving you plenty of room at Charlie 5 there. If you need more, just let me know.
So Alex, just as a couple of heads up, the 258 Dublin has pushed, and of course we are also monitoring Delta 1026.
Wind 170 at 17, gust 28, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
grab Delta 258 Heavy taxi with
Delta 258 Heavy, roger, runway 12 right, taxi via Alpha, cross runway 4.
Alpha cross 4, 12 right, Delta 258 Heavy, unable to enter above 3500.
Zero, coordinate that. Delta 1026, give way to the Heavy, left to right, joining Alpha.
Give way to the Heavy, left to right, Alpha.
1026, thanks. Monitor ground 126.7. Have a good night.
All right, I think Delta 258 Heavy to Dublin is in motion. Oh, look at that. We got 2 flights going to Dublin right there in the same frame. Aer Lingus departing the north parallel. So Aer Lingus headed back to Dublin with the A321 XLR.
Southwest 50, correction, Southwest 4256 Minneapolis, ground runway 17, left turnout via Tango, cross runway 4, through the pad, join Kilo, correction, join Yankee and Kilo.
All right, now it's A330 time. Now it's Delta's turn to send its Dublin departure out of MSP, this time with much heftier equipment, the A330-300.
258 Heavy, monitor tower 126.7.
Delta.
Delta 2087 Minneapolis, ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push approved, runway 17, Delta 2087.
Southwest 3468 Minneapolis, ground, push approved, runway 17.
Push, go to 17.
Didn't get the call sign on that one. Southwest 3468, they have ground push approved for runway 17.
Push approved for 17, Southwest 3468.
Thank you. Delta 2087, just want to confirm you got that push approved also for runway 17.
Push approved for runway 17, Delta 2087.
Thank you. Tug 8 Minneapolis.
All right, we're going to get a 2 for 1. The Delta
via Bravo.
A330 in the background and an E175LR in the foreground. Where's the E175LR headed to, you may ask? The answer would be Sioux Falls, South Dakota, SkyWest 4010.
Going to be on 133.57.
3946 Minneapolis, Mike Cross, me 130, and Whiskey on the Airbus.
Well, here's a Delta 1026 to Atlanta.
Southwest 4256, slight delay for Denver, 34 to 37 past the hour. Once you join Kilo, hold short of Kilo 10 and monitor tower.
So Gail, who is spotting with us, her son, the first officer on board, First Officer Chris. Have a wonderful flight.
Yep.
Down to Atlanta.
She's right here next to us.
So there is their flight right there.
Oh, she just blew him a kiss.
You gotta love it.
Oh, it's fun when we can share moments like this. So was it First Officer Chris? Okay, so when you're able to go back and watch this, the timestamp on the stream at the moment this is going on is at 6:27 p.m. So you can go back and watch the replay of today's stream and look at the time of day in the bottom left corner. And maybe call it like about 6:26.
Taxi via Delta Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short runway 12 right.
Delta Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short 12 right, Delta 2268.
Sorry, runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. South 4010, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
Okay, roger, thanks.
So around 6:50 also, in addition to our heavy departure to Dublin, we're also expecting another heavy departure to make its way out of the Twin Cities, Delta 160. Still stuck at MSP. They were supposed to have departed ages ago with the A350-900. They started taxiing to 12 right. They had to stop on the 12 right de-ice pad.
6 miles final, traffic crosses downfield, runway 12 right.
I think they were working out an issue, and I think it was determined that they needed to go back to the gate. And they've been back at Concourse G ever since.
Going into position.
Delta 2209 from Orlando, Florida, greasing the south parallel with the A321-200. All right, now it's time for the big heavy. The A330 is lining up with 12 right, ready to rock and roll to Dublin.
American 2379, taxi Yankee.
2379, runway 17. Make the right turn out on Charlie 6. Join Charlie and hold short, runway 12 right.
These takeoffs are loud, everybody.
12 right, American 2379.
2209 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, Quebec.
Alpha, Delta, Quebec, 7, clear for takeoff. 3946, runway 17, line of way.
Bye-bye, Delta 258 Heavy. Have a terrific flight to Dublin tonight.
Number 4256 will be behind this CRJ off the right. So 1026, contact departure, good day.
All right, we got some 757-300 action over there just at the end of Concourse F.
That's 4024, wind 180 at 17, gust 25, fly, runway heading.
Kelly Talbert, 6610, thanks so much for tuning in today. Sorry I didn't get to your comment right away.
4256, when you're ready.
Says, okay, gotta go. Subscribe, so see you later. Have a great night. Well, you too. Have a great night, Kelly. Thanks for stopping by to spend some time with us. Enjoyed having you on board.
887 to right at Whiskey 7, and then Whiskey to signature with me.
Whiskey 7, Whiskey with you to signature today, 7.
Marcus Ice says so many Delta jets here at MSP Airport. We are their second busiest hub in the network by passenger volume, so we are so strategically important for the Atlanta-based airline. And Minneapolis, St. Paul used to be home base for Northwest Airlines from 1926 up until 2008, when they merged with Delta Airlines at that time to create the world's largest airline.
Okay, cross 12 right at Charlie Whiskey and South Florida Market.
Okay, 46, contact Spark, good day.
So there's a lot of Northwest's lineage in the Delta story now, and you could even look to Delta's current CEO, Ed Bastian. Used to be a part of the Northwest corporate tree. Northwest was known for their iconic red tails, which graced this airliner in the early part of its career from the early 2000s up until 2008, or whenever they had painted over the Northwest Airlines livery.
2087, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie at Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right. Charlie 5 Charlie at Charlie.
So Delta has a roster of 16 757-300s, all of which were ex-Northwest Airlines Boeing aircraft, delivered in the early 2000s. And the 757-300s, some of the 200s, and even the A330-200s, they were all replacements for the aging DC-10s that were gradually being retired off from the Northwest fleet in the early 2000s. The final Northwest Airlines DC-10 commercial flight happened in 2007, a year before the merger. Northwest Airlines, the only mainline carrier in North America at that time to be flying the DC-10 for as long as it had. I think they were the last airline in North America to completely retire the DC-10s from service.
2954 after the aircraft under tow behind you, push approved, runway 12 left. After the aircraft under tow, push approved, 12 left, Delta 2954.
So Gordon, once in a blue moon, like maybe if it's a non-rev, if they don't have anything on board, the A330s will go on 17. The A330s will 99% of the time prefer the south parallel.
2278, just for my planning purposes, how much longer before you're ready?
So it's not a common thing to see the heavies go to the west side. That's more for the narrow body departures, and that's just so that way they can take the pressure and the stress off of the south and the north parallels for the arriving traffic to sort of more evenly distribute the traffic flow across MSP Airport to maintain top-notch on-time performance. And that's something that this airport provides Delta, such really good on-time performance, and it takes wonderful operations people to make that work. And the Metropolitan Airport Commission has certainly served Delta well, as in addition to our wonderful ATC controllers that are the best in the business. I want to give a big shout out to our wonderful folks over there up at MSP Tower today. Also at MSP Center as well, which is off-site from MSP. So we very much appreciate all that the air traffic controllers do, and especially with the job being more stressful than ever, we are very supportive of what they do every single day, and it's certainly something that's maybe a little bit too intense for me. So we always appreciate their hard work and dedication to the craft. It's one of the more difficult jobs that you'll come across that you can possibly get. It's a very critical one too, and quite a few of our controllers are also avid aviation enthusiasts. Our friend Joe Check, big shout out to you, Joe. Such an awesome member of our plane spotting community as well. So you can catch his handle, Go Around 29 on Instagram. He's got a lot of fun posts. Maddie, there we go. ATC controllers for the win. Hey, members, let's see it.
For 2278, no one on final. And you can back taxi on runway 12 right and exit at Alpha.
Jeff Peterson, 7879, thanks for tuning in today. Yeah, that 757 that we saw taxi by was originally Northwest. In fact, all 16 757-300s were flown by Northwest, because Delta never ordered the 757-300. They ordered a lot of the Dash 200 variants, though. I like that line above Delta Tails over at Concourse F. So if you're just tuning in, welcome to MSP. It's going to be a phenomenal run up to sundown from the aircraft viewing area. Our golden hours here at the viewing area are just spectacular because the suns that are back will have an excellent sunset tonight. And the lighting is just going to be super dreamy in about the next hour.
Join Alpha, Delta, and Papa.
So we're waiting on, I guess you could say, a couple heavy departures. We are waiting on, at the moment, Delta 160 to Amsterdam. That still has not departed yet because they had an issue that forced him to return to the gate earlier today.
Minneapolis ground, Power Grid 5, got the numbers out of signature ready to talk. Yesterday 51, me up tower wind 170 at 16, gusting 25, runway 12 right, clear to land. After runway 12 right, clear to land.
Neil, thanks for the heads up. Boy, this delay for Delta 160 continues to be extrapolated further. Now the estimated departure time of 8:45 p.m.
Got a couple aircraft calling. Power Grid 5, stand by. Delta 2954, runway 12 left, taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Papa, cross runway 4. Alpha, Delta, Papa, cross runway 4, 12 left, thank you, Delta 2954. The 2297, give way to company 73, taxiing out ahead. Power Grid 5, Minneapolis, ground information, Yankee current, runway 12 left, taxi via Whiskey Delta at Delta, hold short, runway 12 right.
Hold short, 12 right. Delta.
Power Grid 5, thank you.
015, gust 25, runway 12 right, clear to land.
For 2297, continue taxiing via Alpha, Charlie at Charlie now, hold short, runway 12 right.
Alpha, Charlie.
Delta 2954, monitor ground point 8.
Ground point 8, Delta 2954.
Grid 5, monitor tower 126.7.
26 off, Dakota.
The 2297, hold short, taxiway Delta for now.
North Midwest Buzzsaw, thanks for tuning in. This is off to make dinner. Love the stream today. Catch you on the next one. Likewise, North Midwest Buzzsaw, thanks for tuning in today. Maddie says it would be nice if Delta did a Northwest retro livery. Everybody here is for it, but unfortunately Delta Corporate, their view on that is not so in line with ours. Gordon, thanks for the update with the Delta 160 heavy delay. Delta 162 might take off before Delta 160. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Delta 160, but this is now the second consecutive show where they have just, they've been struggling to get out on time. So I really feel for everybody because lengthy delays like that are just never fun.
Delta 2773, runway 17 behind the Gulf Stream. Taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie at Charlie. Hold short, runway 12 right.
17 at the Gulf Stream, Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short, 12 right.
Back here, Carrier 1 map, but unfortunately we have to do the 422 transition at above 3,000. Why don't you kind of just start, you can proceed direct 422, we'll go with that.
Neil, that is interesting. Thanks for sharing. So Neil let us know, RJ, the Delta 160 was delayed not just on Monday when we were last out here, but on Tuesday, yesterday, and now today again.
3 days in a row. Do we have an update on their departure? Has it changed?
It has changed. It looks like they're going to be out of here closer to 8:50 past sunset.
Oh, so we will be gone.
Delta 2654, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta into the alley.
And hopefully watching the Wild win Game 3 tonight against the Dallas Stars. Yeah, I've been talking to Gail, so super cool we could help that moment happen.
Yeah, absolutely.
428, continue on Whiskey, cross runway 22, and monitor tower on 123.67. Alright, continue on Whiskey, cross runway.
Time to flash those red tail emojis for the 75300 that's passing by us. Former Northwest red tail headed to Phoenix. Flight 2297. Go for pod.
Oh.
2309, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie at Charlie, hold short.
Things change quickly around here. And I was also just going to check back in on 170.
Yeah, because they're getting close to arrival, aren't they, too? And they're also late.
All right. Yes, they are. They are 7 minutes out. They are just a little to the north and west of us at the moment.
One to right on Charlie, right to Whiskey, across only 4, Delta 2773.
Sit at 428 if you're up. Keep it moving, please. Check at 428, monitor tower 126.7. Okay, now you want me on 126.7, that's at 420. Affirmative. Sun Country 106, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Whiskey, Delta to the gate. So 2309, and monitor tower 126.7. Have a good night. Over tower 26, Delta 2309. Minneapolis ground. Company's pulling in Delta, correction, Fox 7, I believe. Represent, push up, clear for I-1.
Hey, everybody, we got a whirly bird alert. We got a helicopter that's passing overhead.
Delta 1238, come up, try and Alpha, contact ground point enter.
That sounds like ground. Ground point enter.
Air 1, proceed on course.
On course, Echo 1.
Delta 2982 is 10 out for 12 right, Fox. Delta 2982, ma'am, tower, wind 17020, gust 26, turning 1 to right, clear line. Air Care 1 descend is your discretion now as well.
3000, that is my discretion.
Sorry for breaking away from our arrival, but I heard that chopper sound above, and I'm like, oh, hey, that's a helicopter.
Yeah, need to add them to my sky cards. And I'm 0 for 2 trying to catch it.
Gordon Wolf, this is an excellent point. Gordon says, I'm noticing how much dust is in the air due to the gusty winds. Yes, I haven't communicated this until now to our audience, but I've actually been wiping the equipment off because dust has started to accumulate on the surface of our production laptop and our audio board. I mean, it's a very thin layer, but you don't really want to have stuff get dirty.
Stay on Alpha, then across runway 4, and then Mike.
There also is a lot of dirt out here that does not have grass growing at the viewing area, so that understandably is getting kicked up as well.
215, contact departures, yep.
215, departure Delta 297.
Delta 574, Minneapolis ground. That Fox 9 push is going to push.
So, Alex, that helicopter that just flew over, I finally caught it. It's an Augusta Westland AW109, first flight 1971.
Oh, Augusta Westland, nice.
Yeah, it's considered a scarce card. I had trouble with my phone trying to tap on it and say, I want to catch this one. Doesn't help that I have a crack on my screen
Delta
either.
2234, 2 months to announce, heading down for enter. Delta 2929,
Oh, looks like I have completed level 11. How exciting.
Leveling up on sky cards.
Well, you know, it's just like almost
That
anything else.
game is so addicting, especially at like 3 a.m.
Well, yeah, I was just gonna say that. Yeah, that's why.
It's a fun game, though. If you haven't checked it out before, it's Sky Cards. It's a
2274, Minneapolis ground.
Pokemon Go version of Flight Radar. You see what's overhead. It's in your area. Click on a plane to capture it, and add it to your collection. You can level up cards. And the rarer the catch, the more points it's worth.
Supertug 4 heavy after the Airbus on Alpha, push approved. After the Airbus on Alpha.
Alright, Alex, so it's starting to look like 170 is third for arrival. So we have Delta 2982 about to touch down from Boise. Then behind them will be Delta 2167 from Portland. And 170 will be behind them.
Denver 5488, Napa, Mike cross one direction, right, let's get. 3680, Napa, Mike cross one direction, right, Delta 2733, turn right, heading 215, contact departure 2. Right 215, switch next, 773. Delta 2982 is going to be a right turn off. There's a heavy pushback that'll be blocked.
All right.
Route will be right turn off.
A320 time, X Northwest A320 touching down.
Delta 2274.
Planted the right main gear before the left. Smooth landing, nonetheless.
Push approved for runway 17. Push approved for 17, Delta 2931. 2274, monitor ground point 8. Push 2274, monitor ground point 8. Superjet 4 heading, so via Alpha. Alpha System 4 heading. 2 Alpha. Up to 2246, wait for the aircraft under tow, then runway 17.
All right.
Via Alpha, hold short of taxiway
Who do we got arriving next, RJ?
17 Alpha, hold short of taxiway Delta behind the club.
That's 2167 from Portland. A321. They departed Portland 2 hours and 56 minutes ago.
Twenty-three 9 2 left heading 140, now 17 clear for takeoff. Delta 2246, give way to the exiting Airbus, then continue via Alpha. From Echo 10, monitor down on point 8. Endeavor 5488, map start, runway 1 still on my foot.
All right, let's take another look at our arrival.
One more amendment. Your gate's blocked right now at the alley, so we're gonna all the way up to 4. Now on runway 4, hold short of 12 right.
Okay, go all the way up, Whiskey 4, hold short of 12 right, Delta 2090. 2385, great taxi.
So rewind it here so you can watch the touchdown to get a little bit more firm, RJ, on this one.
Well, the wind situation has not changed.
Alpha 4 for Golf 20.
2167, Minneapolis ground, taxi to the gate via Alpha, and the Airbus will be no factor. I'll get to moving on Bravo.
Yeah, they came hard on that. They came down hard on that right main gear.
2246.
Chomp.
Exiting traffic is going to go
Hungry, anybody?
taxi via Bravo to first, then join Alpha and hold short.
I could go for
Taxi Alpha and Charlie.
maybe a nice hamburger or hot dog right about now.
Alright, Bravo, and then Alpha, Charlie, hold short.
Kind of been on a burger fix lately.
Delta 23,
Although I'm probably going to be in a taco coma when I go to Los Angeles. Well, that and, of course, I'm going to have all the In-N-Out that I could possibly want.
Well, yeah, I was just going to mention In-N-Out.
Delta 2122, Minneapolis ground push approved.
170 on short final, Alex.
Yep.
2122.
Sunny 5.
Finally!
Reposition.
They departed Seoul 11 and a half hours ago.
Charlie at Sierra and Delta at Delta, hold short, runway 17.
Ooh.
5 affirmative at 203, hold short, runway 17. Thank you, Barker, no civil. 3.67. Delta 1888, command instructions, left turn Charlie 6, join Charlie. Charlie 6, join Charlie, Delta.
Well, I think your reaction said it all, RJ.
If they would have landed much shorter, they wouldn't have even made the end of the runway.
Thank you.
Yeah, it kind of looked like they were a little bit early, too. Let's have a look here.
Stand by. 95 map star, Kilo 3, cross Lima, cross for 94, hold ship.
Yeah, that was a pretty early touchdown from Delta 170.
For 2246, monitor tower 126.7.
Tower 267, Delta 2246.
Delta 2385, sequence behind the Airbus.
But hey,
head into your
they got her down.
Yes.
Monitor tower on 12,
Absolutely
hold short of
perfect.
Runway 12 right at Charlie, monitor tower 126.7.
Alright, follow the Airbus from the left, monitor 126.7, hold short on 12 right, Delta 2385.
So all things considered.
Archers, yep. Delta 170. 170 Heavy, Minneapolis ground, hold short, Alpha 4.
Neil, this is actually an interesting
Delta
thing to
170
point
Heavy,
out here. I
fully
just want to pull up
ready
this
go in before
comment.
you move.
So 170 Heavy that just arrived, November 568 Delta Zulu, is scheduled to perform Delta 161 Heavy tomorrow.
Delta 2931, runway 17.
Perhaps the equipment change for Delta 160 in the works tonight. Change from November 575 Delta Zulu to November 568 Delta Zulu. I'm thinking that could explain the delay.
Delta cross 30 left and right turn whiskey cross 4 Delta 2931.
Delta 1101, contact down point 9 ship.
South point 9 Delta 1101. Ground Delta 1101 with hotspot. Alpha 4 door.
1101 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec, Delta 1101.
1101, you'll go behind a 737 ahead turning, actually, Delta 1101, you can disregard Alpha, Delta, and Quebec.
Alpha Delta Quebec 101.
Denver 4730 maps, you'll be behind that 73 up the left there. Mike cross one straight, turn right up with east. That's about a 3 mile mile.
So we just got a hello from a Delta pilot off duty. We're not going to say names or anything, just to protect the confidentiality of who it is.
Absolutely.
Delta 2122.
Great getting to connect with him, and I think we got a trifecta here.
Yes,
Almost, you know what would have made this perfect?
Alpha Charlie at Charlie, hold short, runway 12 right.
Yeah, we've got.
So we have two A321s.
First one is
And
Delta.
then we have a 737-900ER that is taking up the rear. It would have been great if that was another A321. That would have just made the moment a little bit more in sync.
Yeah, the first one was Delta 2246 headed to Las Vegas. And the second A321 is Delta 2385 headed down to Tampa. And then the 73 is headed to Denver. 2931 is the flight number. And then, of course, now we've had a CRJ join the parade headed to Richmond.
Delta 377, Minneapolis ground. Wait for a 73 to pass your tail on Bravo. Push approved. Runway 12 right.
Okay, give way to 73 passing by, then we're clear to push for 12 right, Delta 377.
2122, monitor tower 126.
Delta 377 headed to Anchorage. They have been cleared to taxi to runway 12 right, so that'll be our next departure on the south parallel.
Delta Park, monitor Delta Point 606.
1701, join Bravo, hold short of gate Fox 8 for
So this A321neo is not 377. but in fact is Delta Flight 2122. It's headed to Los Angeles. So Logan, John, and I will be on this aircraft and on this specific flight in about less than 2 weeks.
The 1888, reference the heavy on the other side there, going into gate Gulf 4. Once they pull in, you can taxi the remainder of the way via Bravo.
Bravo to the gate behind the heavy, already.
Alright, let's keep cross for 94.
Okay, cross 12 right, break turn on whiskey and cross runway 4, Delta 2122.
Delta 2246, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Delta 2385, runway 17, line of flight. The 2145, turn right heading 215, contact departure tip.
Go base to Delta 17.
United 1237, map Mike Cross 1 right, turn right whiskey, you'll have the Airbus wait for you on that side.
That's Mike Cross 12 right turn whiskey, Airbus waits for us, United 1237.
Delta 2122, follow United, crossing at Mike.
We'll follow the United on our right, Delta 2122.
Delta 2385, come out setting 140, only 17, clear for takeoff. The 2931, running 17, line of flight.
So Delta 2122 is going to hold short because United is going to cut in front of them. This is United 1237. They're headed to Chicago O'Hare.
46, turn right heading 215, contact departure tip. Delta 2931, fly runway heading, runway 17, clear for takeoff. 4730, runway 17, line of flight. Side 92, map for star, wind is 170 at 14.28, runway 12 right, clear land. United 1237, you're released once you get down the runway.
Copy, United 1237.
Double 2385, contact departure. Denver 4730, come up heading 140, runway 17, clear for takeoff. Double 2107, map star, Mike Cross 1 straight, turn right with East Travis 6000.
Let's take another look at our arrival from Palm Springs. Tilted 368, touching down with a 737-900ER. Also, a pretty big gust of wind, too, that was into the upper 20s. Upper 20s of knots. Blew across the airfield just as the arrival was slowing down on the south parallel. Now, the sustained winds have certainly calmed down, I think, just a little bit. But my, those wind gusts are just brutal.
United 1237.
United 1237, go ahead.
Hey, Danielle, so great to see you today. Says, hey, everyone. Happy Wednesday. So great to have you on board. We are in for a fantastic golden hour.
Let me know when you're ready, because we'll give you a call, get a new release for you.
So also, we do want to bring up the membership celebration here from earlier. We forgot to do that, so we're going to do that as soon as we can while we have a moment. So, Philip, celebrating 1 month of MSP Airport Live memberships. And hello, Alex, RJ, and MSP Airport family. Thank Thank you so much, Philip, for your support of MSP Airport Live across the pond over in Europe. So Philip also does live aviation, too, from Munich and also from Zurich from time to time. There's a lot of interesting things over at Munich. And it's a nonstop connection that for Delta I wish we had. Because there is a nonstop connection, I think, with Detroit in Munich. But not MSP in Munich.
Meter, reap the shield, Lima 3, cross my 4, hold short of only 17.
Delta 2271, Memphis Star, wind is 17018, gust 25, running 12 right, clear land.
Clear land, 12 right, okay.
Delta 2107, runway 17, line up north.
Let's take a look at our BizJet touching down from the Valley. This is a FlexJet Bombardier Challenger 350.
3912, turn left heading 100, contact departure ship.
Oh, Meteor, I guess I got him hook, line, and sinker, Alex, into sky cards.
Oh, brother.
Well, you know, one thing that's kind of fun about that is, you know, you look up because you see something. What is it? So you can open up your sky cards and, you know, capture it, and then you can see what it is, you know, learn a little bit about what it is, you know, what it is, and some of the statistics of it. So,
You actually do learn a lot from playing that game.
And yeah, as you said, yeah, it can be rather
Turn right
addictive.
heading 215, contact departure ship.
Here is Delta 377. They are headed to Anchorage with the A321neo.
2107, fly run heading.
They're a bit loaded tonight, so they are going to take the south parallel for departure.
United 1237 release 16 to 19 past the hour. Make the right turn on kilo, short of whiskey.
Right kilo, short of whiskey, United 1237.
Delta 881, map starting on 2 left, line point. Okay, 3847, pop into the gate, monitor ground point ownership. Delta 881, turn left heading 100, runway 12 left, clear for takeoff.
There's another one of those monster wind gusts again. Although the wind is starting to taper off a little bit in intensity, although it is still quite rather intense.
215, contact departure ship.
Break 215, good day, Delta 2107.
So we got Delta coming in here from Denver.
So I'm guessing they're still running maybe three flights a day between here and Denver Denver back.
Delta 377, runway 17, or runway 12 right, line point.
That's only 12 right, Delta 377.
371, turn left to an Alpha, contact
And I know
Alpha
it was
Enter.
mentioned earlier, I think, in the chat, in regards to 160 being so delayed and obviously showing signs of departing after 162. They are scheduled on time.
2271 Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha Delta departure.
Actually, maybe about 5 minutes early. They have a 7:50 scheduled departure. It looks like they could be pushing maybe about 7:45.
All right. Because yeah, we do have Delta 162 Heavy with the A330neo that has yet to depart tonight. All right, here's Delta 377 headed to America's Last Frontier.
Delta 377, contact departure ship.
Good evening, Delta 377.
The other thing that we'll also be keeping an eye on here too, depending on if they're on time, is Icelandair departing back to Reykjavik tonight.
The 590 affirmative. Monitor tower 12367.
Well, looks like they are scheduled on time, 7:30.
Push through for runway 17 to 0.96.
United 1237, contact
D-Space
departure
9,
ship.
so great to hear from you tonight. Happy Wednesday.
United 1237.
Says I use Sky Cards like that too. Responding to you, RJ. Says okay to share Sky Cards friend codes here. Absolutely. So check out the MSP Airport Spotting Discord server. We also have a channel in there for Sky Cards and whatnot too. So feel free to hop on there. It's a wonderful community of MSP Av Geeks that are looking for an outlet on the chat platform called Discord.
What are friend codes for Sky Cards? First I've heard of it.
So it's something I'll have to show you, but each account has a friend code that you would send somebody.
Yeah, I haven't done anything more than just download the app onto my phone and just have at it.
So with our live spotting tonight, I'm going to check on the departure status of Icelandair to Reykjavik. Icelandair 656.
Wind 180 at 19, gust 26 for new 12 left, go 9.
Yeah, double checked because what I found was that they are scheduled to push on time.
Set 590, you may have Sarah Flyer and
Which is
heading
in
on
about
17,
13 minutes.
Yeah, so the nice thing that I'm seeing here is that Icelandair is actually still on time. So I think any minute we should see the jet bridge get pulled back.
A 1683 and 17, taxi via pop and Mike, cross runway 4, hold short runway 12 right. Via pop and Mike, cross 4, hold short
So there is Icelandair over there at Gate Hotel 6 at Terminal 2. So they have not disconnected the jet bridge quite yet. So I think when they get closer to pushback, the jet bridge will be stowed back into the ready position. So those sirens, by the way, in the background, we have a medical emergency.
Yeah, it's another unfortunate ambulance.
Set jet 590, turn right, heading 215, contact departure. Zip.
T-Space 9, hey, thanks so much for checking out the Discord as well. So we'll actually throw that on the screen here, I think. So I just wanted to let you know that in the link below, by the way, we have a awesome community of MSP Av Geeks, and we're just trying to get something started on Discord. I've been using Discord for a long time, and it's a great way to exchange information, chat with others real time about all things MSP spotting. And there's a lot of discussion going on in there, especially with the weather that is to unfold tomorrow expectedly across the state. Into tomorrow evening, we're expecting some severe weather, sky cards, flight sim, MSP spotting.
All out aviation.
Yeah, we have a fantastic community that we have cultivated with all things MSP spotting, so it doesn't have to be channel specific. We wanted a proper MSP spotting forum, so yeah, hey, check it out for yourself. Visit the link below to join in on the discussion.
1683, monitor tower 26.7.
So myself and a few other members, we're pretty on top of flight alerts as well. So if you want to know if some interesting things are coming into MSP, or hey, you want to let the server know, go for it.
Like last week.
26.6, that's ground straight into you.
Absolutely.
We had the diversions when the weather was flaring up down in the Chicago area.
Dream Spinner 3MN, hey, thanks so much for joining the MSP Spotting Discord. It's for anyone who's interested in MSP Aviation and the discussion and all that. It's really laid back, and it's just all about aviation. So on that topic. So D Space 9, it's the same, just join. It's nice that you have one. I know we're trying to get all MSP spotters to migrate over to Discord. I think especially when it comes to exchanging information, having discussion with other spotters. You know, there are some Facebook groups that do exist for that, which are really cool just with the information that's displayed. But sometimes if it's more time sensitive, it can get buried in all these other posts and it's too late by the time you look at it. This is the common thing that I usually run into. And of course, you have a nice surfer tag as well you can put next to your name too if you're interested. Special emojis for reactions, things like that. It's sort of an extension of the stream, but just in chat form. So our A350 to AMS is still showing an 8:50 p.m. departure. Here's Delta Flight 1683. They are off to Fort Lauderdale, Florida. RJ will have to keep our eyes peeled for the north parallel because we got Jazz Aviation coming in from Toronto with an E175 SU.
Sir 656, Maps ground meter, push approved 12 right, it is the Zulu.
Toronto?
That would be correct. Airport code YYZ.
Correct. Okay. Because I was, just kind of scanning the sky here when you were saying that, so that's where my mind was. So, yeah, they literally just flew right smack over the top of downtown St. Paul. So they've started their downwind for the north side.
So just as a heads up, everybody, Iceland Air has been cleared for the push. So they are going to take runway 12 right this evening. So they are actually right on time, RJ.
Oh, yeah. Because I know that's what I was seeing on Flight Radar. That's what I use. There's a lot of different tracking apps out there that are available for us to all pick from. But I guess, I've just...
Yeah, AirNav is also nice because you have for the premium subscription, you can actually integrate ATC with the app entirely, so you don't need multiple apps for different things.
But is there a free version of it available?
With the ATC, no, but no other app is offering it.
Okay.
To my knowledge, even the new ATC app requires for their app access, they require a monthly subscription fee, and that's just to pay to maintain the systems in place that give you that experience and that information.
And IC is pushed. Yeah, I think when you've mentioned that in the past about the AirNav, I've kind of looked at that, but then I realized that get much out of it, you've got to have the paid version, and it's just one of those things that I just have been kind of staying away from just because of where things are for me. So, and yeah, I still haven't...
I will say, if you are spotting quite frequently, it is worth the investment, though. I mean, it's not that much a month. I mean, the base versions of it are actually quite reasonable.
Denver 46.
Yeah, I get going on things and forget about other things like that.
Monitor tower 2367.
And sometimes as it relates to things, I have to remind people that everything is on me. So sometimes some things have to be prioritized.
Right, so Iceland Air 656 has completed pushback. Our Jazz Aviation E175 is on the downwind. They'll be making a left base for a final approach to the north parallel, runway 12 left.
And they are in the process of making that turn now.
Up 1683, contact departure ship.
Also, in about 30 minutes, we're going to get our FedEx feeder as well, our ATR 42-300 from Duluth, operated by Mountain Air Cargo for FedEx. Boy, that's the best sounding turboprop in the business right there, the ATRs.
Air 1, map circulating through the class Bravo space as requested. Air 422 transition at above 3000. Altimeter is 2961 or 2967.
Shad, so great to see you. Says hello, Alex, and hello, chat. Hey, Shad. Happy Wednesday. Boy, it's been a wild, weird Wednesday for us, but so far we are being treated to spectacular golden hour spotting. Iceland Air has been pushed back from Terminal 2, and they're going to go to 12 right for departure. So that's in front of us. And then we're also keeping our eye on Air Canada, courtesy of Jazz Aviation, coming in from YYZ, a.k.a. Toronto Pearson. Gordon, that's also an excellent point, too, with the MSP Airport Spotting Discord that we've set up. We also post updates for streams, and I will also be in there as well. Be involved with the discussion. In addition to posting about the streams too. So for me, it's been a great way to connect with other app geeks interested with MSP Aviation. I mean, I'm just the guy that does the YouTube broadcasts, but we're all part of the same community. We all share the same passion with aviation, especially on the commercial side for many of you. And every single time I'm out here, I'm in my happy place. And MSP is such a unique airport because we have some pretty close views, and we're fortunate to be in the spot where we are now, especially with lighting like this. So Iceland Air is going to be taxiing by here pretty soon. Maddie Urich, thanks so much for the $2 super chat. Outside watching the flyovers in and out of MSP. All right. I wish I lived closer to MSP so I could have a similar experience. Well, look at that lighting, RJ.
Absolutely.
Over there by T2.
It's about 7:30 at the moment here, and our days continue to get longer and longer.
So we're going to go check out Jazz Aviation. I think they're almost here.
Nope, they're on final.
Yeah, they are actually over Lake Harriet right now. So that would be in South Minneapolis.
see him.
So in the MSP spotting Discord server, I guess in the sports channel, because a lot of us are sports nuts in there, come to find out. PJ's Aviation, big shout out to PJ.
Left to right at 3,000.
Says that there are a bunch of people in the penalty box for the Flyers. And that playoff series against the Pittsburgh Penguins has certainly lived up to the billing.
Yeah, I was just checking in on the scores, and that is the first of 3 games that are being played tonight. And I think, what did I see? Pittsburgh is up. Was it 1-0?
All right, here's our Air Canada ERJ.
Air Care 1 on course approved now to the south. Care 1 is approved.
All right, now it's time to switch our attention to Icelandair. 656 headed to Reykjavik.
Jazz 721, where are you parking? 721, taxi via Papa Delta to the gate. You can monitor ground point on airship.
Pretty quiet going by us. But once she gets down here to the end of runway 12 right and she gets her clear for takeoff, we'll hear her then.
We most certainly will.
Go for throttle up.
So once upon a time, Icelandair actually used to send us the 757s back when they were still in the fleet.
Turn left heading 100, only 12 right, clear for takeoff.
Did we get visits from the 80 years of aviation livery, which was a Glacier landscape livery, which I've seen twice, by the way, and the famous Hecla Aurora. Both aircrafts have been to MSP multiple times. And they also sent both of their 757-300s as well before their retirement.
Ice Air 656, ma'am, sir, turn left heading 100, runway 12 break, clear for takeoff.
Left heading 100, clear for takeoff, runway 12 right, Ice Air 656.
And nobody's on final approach, so Icelandair, they can take their sweet time lining up for the south parallel departure. So they've already been cleared for takeoff as well.
Yeah, and D-Space 9, yep, I know the comment I just mentioned, yeah. But I say that in regards to a Icelandair departure.
Turn and burn.
Southwest 467 visual for
Southwest 467 Alpha Tower, wind is 170 at 14, that's 26, turning 12 right, red line.
clear to land 12 right, Southwest 467.
Indeed, 1024 Alpha Tower, roger, wind 170 at 14, gust 26, turning 12 right, cleared line. ICR 656, contact departure ship.
Departure 656, bye-bye. Runway
Yeah, you-
17.
My thoughts of that comment was, you know, that's basically what pilot and first officer do in the cockpit. You know, push the throttles forward, go for throttle up. Gotta get that airplane up to speed, rolling down the runway.
Tom Carrington, hey, good evening, Tom. Great to see you today. Happy Wednesday. Tom says, good evening, everyone. Good evening to you. So excited to have you on for the rest of our spotting here tonight. MB, so great to have you on board today as well. We are staying at the Intercontinental at MSP again next Saturday. Oh, fun. It's a pricey hotel, but it's a very good hotel. Says, I wish the runways that we could see from the room were more active. Well, if you're overlooking the south parallel, you're going to get all the action that you want. Now, if you're overlooking the north side of the field, it's, depending on what time of day, it can be either faster or slower paced. D Space Nines is beautiful, clean livery on Iceland Air, yes. I actually prefer it over their previous livery. I'm in the minority on that one.
Push proof 17.
But that's okay. Hey, Monica, thanks so much for tuning in. Happy Wednesday.
Pier 1 East open. Southwest 467, taxi via Whiskey Delta. You can monitor ground point enter, ship.
Whiskey Delta, ground point enter, Southwest 467.
Ground Sun Country 9029, taxi.
Really, text to the call sign again for me.
Sun Country 9029.
Sun Country 929, runway 17, taxi via Delta, Sierra, and Kilo, crash only 4.
Alright, 17 Delta, Sierra, Kilo, cross forward, Sun Country 9029.
Delta 1484, Minneapolis ground push is approved for runway 17.
Clear to push for 17 Delta 1484.
That's 4040, runway 12 left, taxi via Pop, crash only 4.
before you land over to ground or with you.
City 1024, you can see us names. We'll Mike Sierra November, hold short, runway 17.
Mike Sierra November, hold short 17 with you, Miss 10 there.
2614, yes, ground 62, only one to go.
Ground Delta 2749, ready to taxi.
2749, runway 17, taxi via Alpha, Charlie, hold short, no 12 right.
Alpha Charlie, hold short 12 right for 17, Delta 2749.
2749, actually I think just want to make that 180, hold short at runway 12 right at Alpha 7.
Okay, hold short at 12 right at Alpha 7, Delta 2749.
2749, monitor tower 12617, I'll get you the rest of the way.
1267, Delta 2749.
It's coming in.
City 1024, November, cross 17, leave the ramp, full 2.
November cross 17, leave park for G10 for thank you.
Alright, buddy. Good to see you. Yeah. I saw you. I still yeah, get back to your business. How many you got now? Alright. How's your business? Alright. Good to see you, man.
Secretary 9020 Diamond, start trim up, heading 120, runway 17, clear for takeoff.
WFK 27 says good evening and greetings from sunny Orlando, Florida. Hey, welcome to Minnesota. So great to have you on board this evening. Also, Joker128XS. Great to see you back here today. Happy Wednesday. Thanks so much for joining us as always. So MB says, we've stayed at the Intercontinental MSP at least a dozen times with rooms facing both directions. It's always been pretty dead. A lot of taxi action from Delta, but very few landings or departures. I know that during the nighttime, this airport is just whisper quiet. After, I think, the last departure of the day, which is actually Delta 10 to London, leaves just before midnight. There are some late night stragglers that come in on the arrival side. Maybe some of the budget carriers have some red eyes into the Twin Cities, but after midnight, it is just whisper quiet because there are no inbound or outbound flights. Early in the morning at around maybe 5 to 6 a.m. is when things start to pick up with cargo, but that's why you don't see any nighttime spotting here from Minneapolis, St. Paul on the channel, and it's because the viewing area is only open from dawn to dusk, and same with the dog park on the other side. So due to the facilities we can use, that is the main limitation. But the other reason is because, boy, it really gets dead when the sun goes down. It's really dark. After all the cargo heavies depart closer to 9 o'clock, maybe around 10 o'clock, it's pretty quiet. So not a lot of nighttime action at all. But a ton of action during the daytime. A ton of action during the late evening. C28 Envy, so great to see you today. Says hello from Stewartville. Greetings from MSP, so great to have you on board today. MB says, we usually arrive at around 3 p.m. Always ask for the active runway. Okay. That's actually interesting. I did not know that you could request that from the Intercontinental.
So 2614 runway 12 left, taxi via Papa Crash only 4.
So stick around a little bit later on the show. We're going to have an announcement here. Big thank you, MSP Airport Live is going to be getting some additional supports. And we want to talk to you about it. So other than that special announcement, we're going to have the arrival of our Mountain Air Cargo ATR 42 in about 8 minutes. So pretty close to 8. So we'll look at the ATR feeder. It should be fantastic.
Delta 1484, Mountain Star, Charlie, cross 1 straight, right turn Whiskey, cross turn Nickel. Clear to cross 1-2 right on Charlie.
1484, they're headed off to Detroit.
Delta 1484.
I remember when last year, that flight number during the, I think maybe during the spring or summer, I cannot remember for the life of me. I know during the summer, it was an A350.
That's one that you went to Detroit on.
Yep, and I was connecting to Traverse City through DTW. It was also my first experiences on the A350 and also on the connecting flight from Detroit to Traverse City, the Airbus A320. And I ended up finding out in a recent installment of MSP Airport Live that the aircraft that I flew on November 321 Uniform Sierra that was a part of that original Northwest A320 order, I think maybe about a couple of months later, it was retired completely and out of the Delta fleet. So I'll have to go home tonight and look and see if there are any more Delta A320s with the Uniform Sierra registration suffix that are remaining. They are among the oldest A320s that are currently in service with Delta, if there's any left. And RJ, I'm very fortunate that I got to fly on one, and you know what was even more fitting was that the crew that took me from Detroit to Traverse City was one of the best that I'd ever had. The flight attendants were amazing. The lead flight attendant was an ex-Northwest, a flight attendant, still working for Delta. She was phenomenal. Quite a few stories. And the captain started with Northwest Airlines in 2000.
Wow.
So they are Northwest veterans. And you could tell the second you stepped on that aircraft, there was something different about it. You knew you were getting taken care of. You knew you were getting taken care of. You knew you were in good hands. And the former Northwest, current Delta flight attendants and pilots are just amazing. So that whole slogan that Northwest ran at nauseum in the 1990s, because some people just know how to fly, I think that was actually more of a true statement than it was just a corporate tagline, because every single person that I ran into for Northwest Airlines, or that's worked for the airline, that's still working for Delta, that worked for Northwest, they're just the best people. And that goes for our friend and co-host, John Joseph. John is just amazing. And they really worked hard at cultivating a culture that was centered around passion for aviation and also people. And it was their person-centered approach that made Northwest Airlines the legacy airline it was until the merger in 2008. And because of the connection that Northwest had with the community. When the merger happened in 2008, everyone felt it here in Minnesota.
Sorry about that.
1356 for taxi.
Up to 2929, Minneapolis ground, push to the clear, runway 17. 1356, runway 17, taxi via Charlie 5 Charlie, hold short runway 128.
Yeah, as I like to say, Alex, and I've kind of started this little phrase, red tails forever, red tails for life.
Up 1356 and hold short runway 12 right.
Okay, we'll hold short runway 12 right. 2614, contact departure. Good.
Look at our sunset tonight, everybody. Look at this. How awesome is this?
Alpha departure November, altimeter 2967.
And it's still moving for, further and further north. When we get to our longest days of the summer, when we're looking straight down this sidewalk here, that's where the sun will be.
Yes.
So it's still getting there.
That's exactly what I was thinking. And hey, our feeder is coming in on the south parallel here.
$28.46, Minneapolis ground, push through river only 17.
Push through runway 17, south at 2846. And ground for south at 2846. We're going to need tail east, just to tell with.
2846, copy.
Contact departure, good day.
For 4934, Minneapolis ground, push through river only 12 left.
Tower to be 47 is there's up to the 5-mile final for the visual 12 right.
47 Minneapolis Tower, winds 170 at 16, runway 12 right for the land.
12 right, clear land to be 47.
Turn right, Charlie. Taxi get Charlie Tango, cross runway 22.
Charlie Tango, cross runway
1356, Charlie cross runway 12 right, KDV Whiskey, cross runway 4.
Okay, at Charlie cross 12 right, and that Whiskey, we're clear to cross runway 4.
1356 and traffic 12 miles out on the other side. You can go to tower. How's it going?
Okay, roger that. We'll flip over to tower 1360, do the same thing.
2929, runway 17, taxi via Papa Mike, crash runway 4, hold short runway 12 right. And 2929, Papa Mike, crash runway 4, hold short runway 12 right. $29.29 on Mike, monitor tower 126.7. Have a good one. Okay, 3879, ground point 8 when you're ready to taxi. So 2918, send you ground point 8 when you're ready to taxi.
Gavin F70, hey, thanks so much for tuning in. Says, enjoying the stream, watching from Australia. Well, hey, good evening. Well, at that point, it's probably good morning to you.
Yeah, I was going to say it's good evening here. I don't think it is there.
Wally says, I think they call it Minnesota nice, Alex. Well, the Minnesota hospitality, I don't think I would consider that Minnesota nice. I think from my experience, when somebody says Minnesota nice, that's just a fancy way of saying somebody's passive-aggressive.
It's just a saying.
Absolutely. WFK27 says, looks really good weather this evening in the Twin Cities. It is. Just a bit windy from the way it sounds. Oh, you should have seen us earlier. We were hanging on for dear life, and we had sustained winds at around 20 knots that were gusting in excess of 30. I think at one point it was, 34 knot gusts.
It's still trying to. It's still trying to blow.
It absolutely is. And I mean, it's calmed down quite a bit to about 16 knots. I mean, this is perfect right here.
17, turn up a 140, clear for takeoff.
So let's take a look at our ATR 42 come in for Mountain Air Cargo. So they got in at the right time, just before sunset, RJ. We had some really dreamy lighting with our ATR 42 straight out of Duluth, Minnesota. So this is Mountain Air Cargo for FedEx. But a pretty nice landing as well, too.
And I got to take a close look at one of these ATRs during Oshkosh last summer.
That's right, you absolutely did. That was really cool, though. I got a close-up look at the Cessna Sky Courier that FedEx brought, which was actually brand new to their feeder fleet in, I think, 2023, 2024.
Yeah, the one that I saw smelled awfully new, and I learned that it had not yet been delivered to FedEx. And then, of course, I was wearing my Stratocruiser cap with my MSP Airport Live button on the back, and I was approached by a couple people that recognized me, even at Oshkosh. Keeping an eye on 162, Alex. There's nothing happening yet.
Okay.
2198 Minneapolis Tower, wind 17015, just 3 runway 12
We are supposed to push from gate G9.
Oh, here we go. 717.
We're going to Gulf 19. 2125. Next to be Alpha to G19. Just monitor ground up 0.9er. Alpha to G19 will monitor ground.
Oh.
So our 717s are now going to get notable tags because of their increasing disappearance from MSP flight schedules. So the end, unfortunately, is near for these aircraft. So the 717, a.k.a. the MD-95, is the last remaining descendant of the DC-9.
About 4 miles ahead, wind 17015,
So, Alex, I have to do something. Are you ready?
Go for it. Drop.
The departure for 162 has just been upgraded to 820.
Yeah, that'll just be out of reach. So another one bites the dust.
So that one got the chomp.
Yep. So that flight has sort of bit the dust.
taxi via Whiskey Delta, monitor ground on point 9er. Right, Whiskey 7, Whiskey Delta to ground point 9er. Actually, we're going hangar speed today, Sun Country 8253. 8253, roger that. Stay with me then, taxi via Whiskey, left turn on runway 22, then Sierra November, hold short of runway 17. Okay, Whiskey, cross 22.
So you got a Sun Country Airlines charter coming in.
Sierra November, hold short of 17.
So they're going to go right to the hangar. So they are instructing taxi on Whiskey to runway 22. So they're going to use the crosswind runway as a taxiway to get to the west side of the field where Sun Country HQ and their hangars are located. So on Cargo Road, if you go to the viewing area, so we're at the end of Cargo Road. So you have to turn onto Cargo Road and going towards the viewing area.
Only one, two right to the left.
The Sun Country headquarters and primary hangars are off to your right.
Zero Gus 28, runway 17, turn up heading 140, good pick up. Point 918, runway 17, modified. Turn left and contact ground off point 900. Alright, go ground point 900. Delta 2918, winds 17017, gust 28, runway 17, turn left heading 120, good for takeoff. 2198, Minneapolis ground, taxi via Alpha. Alpha to gate Delta 2118. So 2198, and you can head into the gate after the cut. After the tug, Delta 2998. Super Tug 6, wait for the direction Airbus to pass, and you can continue around the alley.
Right. Any more updates on Delta 162 Heavy at this time?
Country 8253 at taxiway November, cross runway 17, I'm Lima to the ramp. Have a good night.
It's 8:35.
Yeah, 8:35 still, okay.
To the ramp. Good night, Sun Country 82.
So I wanted to see if that would change.
2918 on the 120 heading, contact departure, you have a good day.
And our friend Gordon Wald Alex says it's a small world. Gordon, did you get to Disney to ride? It's a small world during your time down there. I think I remember right during our chats that you were down there as well.
From 686 Bravo, Minneapolis Tower, you're number 2, following an Airbus on a 2-mile final, wind 17019, 28, runway 12 right to the left.
To the land, 12 right.
2961 Minneapolis ground, wait for a tow to pass, and your push is approved, runway 17. Alright, after the tow passes, push approved for 17, Delta 2961. 79, winds 17019, gust 28, runway 17, turn left heading 140, cleared for takeoff. At Alpha 8, cross turn 1 straight, turn right on Whiskey. Cross 1 2 right at Alpha 8, 1 1 Whiskey.
right, everybody. I said that we were going to go into our special announcement here pretty soon regarding some extra support of the channel. And it is my honor and privilege to welcome in the newest sponsor of MSP Airport Live, the Pilot's Weather Map. So these are amazing, real-time, functional pieces of decor for your home. They're outstanding. So if you are a pilot, so if you're a private pilot, if you are flying commercially, you can have something on your wall that looks nice, that gets real-time data from airports across any state that you want to request, custom made for you. And there's a key as to what all the different lights on that map mean, but it kind of gives you at a glance what that weather's going to be like. And so if you're into the pilot light, this is very important. So go ahead and check out the pilotsweathermap.com for more information. These are just fantastic pieces for the home. Very functional as well. And hey, if you don't fly, if you're an aviation enthusiast, look into getting one of these. These are super, super fun. So again, check out the Pilot's Weather Map. So we'll get a link below here. So this is the pilotsweathermap.com. Special thanks to Logan and the Pilot's Weather Map for sponsoring your home for MSP Live plane spotting. So great to have them on board as well. And in addition to, and we can't mention the Pilot's Weather Map without talking about Jet Set shirts. I recently ordered my MD-11 tee. It's on the way. So I'm hoping that that's going to get here in time for LA. If not, that's all right. So you're going to get to see that MD-11 tee live on the stream at some point. They have a lot of fun AvGeek designs. Go check them out. JetSetShirts.com, link below, to wear a slice of the Jet Set life. If you're also into model collecting and if you love aviation gifts and collectibles and things of that nature, visit DG Pilot, our friends over at DG Pilot. They've been supporting MSP Airport Live from day one. And it's been so great having Donnie and the rest of the DG Pilot crew support all the live shows here from Minneapolis and now on the road at LA. So I've been buying my aircraft models, and I have a little collecting hobby, as do probably some of you in the live chat here tonight. DG Pilot is one of the few retailers that actually inspects your models before shipping them out. Did you know that? So you can buy with absolute confidence. They have the best prices, relative to what the market is going for. Aviation model collectibles. They got all the latest manufacturers, all the latest releases. You can do pre-orders. They have a huge in-stock inventory, and it's all waiting for you at dgpilot.com 24/7. You can also visit them in downtown St. Paul at Historic Union Depot. More info at dgpilot.com.
2846-140 on the heading. Contact departure.
So, RJ, it is time for our runway recap tonight.
Let's do it.
It's time for our runway recap, and the day started off with an arrival from Delta Niner, and boy, the winds were fierce today. They were absolutely fierce. Then we got KLM 250 Heavy, the big highlight of the day, with the 777-200ER blasting off for Amsterdam with the KLM Asia titles. A very special assignment today from Big Blue. First 777 catch of the year, actually, with KLM at MSP. Boy, it was gusty. Gusting to well over 30 knots at the time of departure. Then Delta 152 got airborne for Paris shortly after. It was a steady stream of departing traffic today. We had no 160 because of some issues that forced the aircraft back to the gate, and that will force a departure after dark.
Yeah, they're still here.
Yep, and it's now the third consecutive day that Delta 160 has not been on time, and so they will not be in the highlight reel tonight. But check this out, Delta 165 arriving shortly after the departing Heavy bus, and whoa, they were a bit tipsy on arrival, but they had a nice correction there towards the very end, a nice smooth touchdown from the A330neo. So as the wind would pick up, the landings would be a little bit more challenging. And, well, how about this landing from 55-56 Heavy out of Chicago, Rockford with the A300. It's a touchy airplane to land, and these pilots made it look easy with the winds as powerful as they were at this point. We had some pretty significant gusts around the 3 to 4 o'clock hour, and check out this United arrival with the A320. They floated for a fair bit down the runway, and then little ground effects, initial touchdown of that right main, and then they hopped, and then they slammed it right down on the runway, but they were able to finally wrestle the jet down to a nice, slow, safe exit speed. And then, of course, we had UPS arrive from Louisville tonight with the 767, and they gave us a nice mic taxi, too. So our 767s for both FedEx and UPS both went mic tonight. I think that's the other big highlight for me. So FedEx would also send theirs in the form of 798 Heavy, and again, another excellent landing given the conditions. Winds at this point right now into the 5 o'clock hour, when they came in, were around 20 knots sustained, gusts of 30 or over. And we also got a surprise assignment, a Boeing 767 on a flight from Las Vegas into MSP for Delta. So we got a lot of good 767 action tonight, and that was one of the landings of the day. Nice and smooth on the south parallel. Then it would be time for Delta 258 Heavy to get airborne for Dublin. Now keep in mind we also had Iceland Air in this mix too, but due to some technical difficulties it was not able to clip the replay. So Delta 258, that's what you call full send right there, RJ. They used most of the runway before rotating into the air.
Heavy, heavy.
The Delta 170
Finally.
with a smackdown on 1-2 right.
Did
They landed
ever.
a bit early. So 170 Heavy. They were also late today, by the way, too, by about an hour. So some of the Delta International services running into some hiccups. And then this is probably my second favorite highlight of the day, RJ. We got the FedEx ATR 42 feeder arriving on the south parallel for Mountain Air Cargo out of Duluth. Right as the sun was dipping over the horizon. It was a nice clean landing too from FedEx, and there you go. So that is a look at our runway recap for today. So I also want to look ahead to our weather as well for the upcoming 6 days ahead. Now, we might sneak out on Friday afternoon, depending on how my work schedule is going to shake down, and do some spotting towards the end of the week. So possibly a show on Friday. So be on the lookout for Friday, everybody. Monday and Tuesday are going to be more of a toss-up. I don't know what the weather's going to be like on those days, but we'll just kind of have to play it by ear. Severe storms expected in the late evening tomorrow. But regardless of the weather threat, the weather is not what does it in for us. It's usually my schedule. So tomorrow and Thursday, I have to take care of some stuff, work included. So no show tomorrow and Thursday. But I'll tell you what, we got to get out here and do some rain ops. It's a lot of fun. You get all the jet spray, all the water getting kicked up from the jet blasts. It's a lot of fun. So that's something that I'm working to improve just a little bit more before we go into full-scale drenched weather ops. So far the spring weather is going to be sticking around for the time being.
Yep, keep an eye on the forecast the first part of the week. I think I saw that there could be some rain in the forecast, so it's, we'll know more as we get closer.
Absolutely. Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to the aircraft viewing area. I'm Alex. It's RJ. And, I think Today was a really good day overall. I think the wind gave us a little bit of a challenge as much as it gave probably the pilots that were arriving on both parallel runways a challenge too. And overall it was a great day, and I think that we kind of needed this wind because it was hot today too.
It was
It was up to about 84, I think, was our high today. I think we got to about 84 here at MSP Airport. It's 82 right now, actually, as a matter of fact, with our current temperature. So that wind really made things nice. So I'll tell you, I mean, if we didn't have that wind, we would be baking out here.
Yeah, well, we were a little bit to begin with, even without everything coming together the way it worked out. And yeah, we had some interesting touchdowns. You know, I was a little bit on a couple of them and just like, yeah, but these guys know what they're doing. My dad did it for a living and thought nothing of it. And that's kind of the way they look at it. You know, they can pull up and go around if they have to.
It's part of the fun of flying, right? You know, you have to...
Yeah.
You have to
be prepared.
Work for your money a little bit, I would suppose.
Yep. You know, they do it in all conditions. Just, you know, we're dealing with the wind today. They do it when there's snow on the runways here in the winter.
Excellent point. And, you know, a lot of the landings that we saw today, they did an amazing job with the wind as always, just doing what they're trained to do, right?
Exactly.
Absolutely. So Maddie says, great live stream today. You bet. Can't wait to see you on the next one. So look out for Friday, everybody. WFK27 says, Sun Country is a very unique airline. They are, and we're sad to see them go and be absorbed into Allegiant. They're the official charter service provider for Major League Soccer. I actually did know that, but it wasn't top of mind. But thanks for bringing that up because that is actually a really interesting fact. Steve, thanks so much for the kudos. Steve says, Alex and RJ, great show. Keep up the great work. We certainly will do our best. G-Man says, thanks, Alex and RJ. Well, you're welcome. Gordon says, thank you, Alex and RJ, and all the mods for their great stream. See ya. See you, Gordon. Thanks so much. Have a great night.
See you, Gordon. And the high-performance lapdogs.
Rosie says, looks like I made it back in time for the end of the stream. Nice that it is staying light later now. I know.
It's
just enough light where we were able to capture the FedEx ATR feeder with just about the perfect or the most desirable set of sunset lighting that you could possibly want.
And we're going to be able to continue to go even later.
Looks really good.
We're not there yet.
Meiji, want to give a big shout out to Joshi as well, who's watching tonight. So thanks, Joshi, for watching. So shout out to Joshi. There you go. So Maddie also says, I need to get down to the viewing area again as I've only been there once, and that was back in 24. You need to get down here, especially in May when we get Air France, and we are less than 2 weeks away from Air France and their first flight of 2026 to MSP with a Dreamliner. So we will get ready to add that into the rotation during our shows as well. So I think they're going to start with maybe a few days a week, and then they'll go to daily after they get started, which will be really nice. We can always count on Air France to put on a good show. Maggie says hi from Sturtville as well. Well, hey, Maggie. Dream Spinner says thanks for today's great stream. Will you bet? Also, have a good night, Daniel. All right, we got to stop doing the whole Minnesota goodbye thing because we're going to be here forever.
Yep, it's getting to be that time, unfortunately.
Well, thankfully, there's going to be a lot more great plane spotting around the corner, possibly on Friday, and also looking forward to next week. Early next week, Monday through Wednesday, be on the lookout for more amazing live shows. For our outstanding team of mods and for RJ Bean, thanks for tuning in, everybody. I'm Alex Redding saying goodnight from Minneapolis, St. Paul International Airport. Until the next one, take care and happy spotting.
See ya.
Welcome to DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles and More and our St. Paul showroom and warehouse. From the time your order is placed until it is delivered to you, our #1 goal is to provide you with the best customer service experience. That's why we're excited to take you behind the scenes today at our warehouse to provide you an up-close perspective of our model aircraft delivery experience. Our first step in the model aircraft delivery process takes place after your order is received. Our model aircraft delivery specialist will conduct a detailed inspection of your model for quality control to ensure we provide you with the highest quality products. Each specialist begins the inspection by removing the model from the box and performing a visual inspection of the model, checking features such as the wings, landing gear, and antenna, as well as the overall model for defects. After the inspection is complete, your model is reboxed and then prepared for packing. Each model is then bubble wrapped to provide an extra cushion to prevent any damage during shipping. After the bubble wrap process is complete, the model is then boxed for shipping. Our specialist then reconfirms your model is ready for shipping, attaches a shipping label, and then your model is sent out for delivery. We hope that you'll consider DG Pilot Aviation Collectibles for your model aircraft collecting needs. You can order products online at dgpilot.com or visit our St. Paul showroom where we have hundreds of model aircraft to choose from. From all of us at DG Pilot, thank you for your continued business, loyalty, and support, and happy collecting.